Tonight, welcome to Targeted Massachusetts, Northeast Conference. My name is Frank Allen, and I will be your host this evening. We will cover many topics tonight, not necessarily about targeting, but things that contribute to targeting. So don't be afraid to bring up a new topic. The views and opinions that are expressed on our show are not necessarily the views or opinions of myself, Targeted Massachusetts, or Stars International. And the tape is rolling. Yeah, I found it a great pleasure to have Richard Lighthouse on the other night. And he is fantastic. He has a lot of information about the satellites. And that's what my focus has been on ever since October 17th, 2017 at the Unity and Hope gathering. And he presented such an overwhelming amount of evidence. At that point in time, I was changing my avenues of research to satellites. And that's what I have come to see. More and more. Moreover, the source is definitely satellites. I had something come up in the news today. It was forwarded to me by actually two people, Anne from New York and Lorraine from New Jersey. And it's a relatively new concept that I haven't heard. But it says that silicone-rich water removes all the aluminum from the human body in 6 to 12 weeks without removing iron or copper, which are essential to us. And I will put the link in the chat so that you can go there and read it for yourself. It's a very interesting article. It's by the NCBI. If I can ever copy it. I've got a dead mouse here tonight, so that's not helping. I go through mice like most people go through, I don't know, paper towels. But it's in the chat and it's wrong, so I'm going to attempt to put it in there again. And the problem is, this program seems to add 2 arrows as if it were an email. Of course, naturally, that kills the whole link. But here it is again. And I found another avenue for our housing problems. And let me get to that. I just want to answer somebody in the chat. Yeah, in Tulsa, Oklahoma, they will pay you $10,000 to move there. $10,000. But it has something to do with the Bitcoin. Now, I'm not sure whether you have to get established and pay with the Bitcoin or what the story is. But it is the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma. And they will also help you engage in business there. They will help you start a business. So this is something that we all should look into further. I just got a hold of it, so I really haven't had a chance to. But this is something that could be a real game breaker. Oh, there's the arrows again. There's the link to it. It came up under MSN Properties, and this was also a forward, and I believe it was Ann from New York. Not quite sure yet. And today, Fox News admits government using lasers before the California fires. And I have a YouTube video on that and the link if you would like to take a look at it. So it's not a conspiracy theory any longer. It's a truth. So I would hold them responsible for the California fires, unfortunately. And there's that link. And I just wanted to say formally, hello, Claire, Dan, Kathy, Lou, Rick Rock, Southeast Texas, Setza, Targeted Pride, and T.I. Lynn. Frank, you just got to be ready to take cover with the tornado when the tornadoes hit. You know, I've heard about tornadoes there too. Now, the American Foreign Policy Council. This was brought to my attention by Ann from New York, and it is actually very good reading. We have the 2007 and the 2008 editions. Son of a gun. I'm going to have to build a new mouse here in a minute. Okay. And I've been studying 5G when I haven't been resting. I'm extremely tired today for some reason. But that link takes you to American Foreign Policy Council. You can get on their mailing list, and they will send you whatever you check off. So Ann was disappointed because nobody seemed to be interested in the 2017 version. But I definitely was. I've been signed up since. Now we have a very esteemed doctor, Dr. Goldberg, who testifies on the small tower 5G legislation that is trying to go through. And I also have a YouTube for that. Okay, here comes the link on that, Dr. Goldberg. That's another YouTube. But we're so fortunate to have all this information out there. Okay. Okay, I think I'll start this up again, probably. This is the biggest thing that just has come across the desk today, and that's silicone-rich water removes all the aluminum from the human body in 6 to 12 weeks. That's the best cure for it, if you want to call it a cure, that I've seen so far. And I did put the link in the chat. Anybody who would like to see it, I can put it in there again. And the city of Tulsa, Oklahoma will pay you $10,000 to move there. And Southeast Texas warned us that you have to dodge tornadoes. I think I would take my chances with the tornadoes for that kind of money. And Fox News admits government using lasers before California fires. So that's fact. That's no longer a conspiracy theory. That is fact. And that's coming right from Fox News. They're usually the people that come out with the truth, which is what we need. And the American Foreign Policy Council has put out a new publication. And lastly, Dr. Goldberg testifies at Small Tower Legislature. And that's important because I've heard a lot of stuff about 5G today that some of you have heard probably already, but 2.4 gigahertz is what's normally present in your home Wi-Fi. Now that resonates at the same frequency that the O2 molecule in water does. So this is disrupting every single process in your body. And number one, it is driving your oxygen content down. Now, in the cities, the oxygen content is normally 35. It is now 25. Now, out in the country, it should be like 35 to 45, and it is now down below 20. So something I looked at a long time ago, probably years ago now, years and years, was the effect that the human population has on oxygen consumption. And one of the biggest things are our automobiles. They take in, on the average, 750 cubic feet of air per minute. Now that's an average. And if you go to your vehicle inspection report, you will notice that the carbon monoxide level is not available. Unless you're in California, they might show it. But in Massachusetts, they do not show it. They say CO2 level not available. So we are right now, and this is not conspiracy either. This is the truth. We are beings that are living in a low oxygen environment for our needs. So it's like everyone at sea level moved up to the top of Mount Washington or moved to Colorado a mile high. So this is clearly not acceptable. So Wi-Fi, along with this new 5G they intend to implement, is going to cause us to be further oxygen deficient. This is going to make you tired. It's going to make you lazy. It's going to make you it's going to make your body emulate many of your syndromes. I can't think of the biggest one, fibromyalgia. So it's going to turn everybody into zombies eventually. And high need organs like the brain are going to suffer. Your thinking is going to suffer. Your response time is going to suffer. And stay out of the cities if you can, because it's extremely low in the cities. And I'm not going to say that Wi-Fi is totally to blame, because it's not. There's another factor. Every time a human being takes a breath, he or she inhales oxygen and expels carbon dioxide and some of the oxygen that's not retained. But at the same time, you now have more radio frequencies working against us as targets than we had before. Now we have a radio frequency that wants to deprive us of oxygen. And the government is approving it. And they approved it at 2.4 gigahertz, which is, as I mentioned, the exact frequency that it takes to take a water molecule apart, basically, an oxygen molecule, and make it, let's just say, dead to us. So if this continues, these frequencies that are all over the world, that have been taken out of European schools, could kill us. They could kill our entire oxygen supply. And there is no end game or no time frame for which this could happen. But I have been warned, and I'm going to warn you to go back to hooking up your devices to cable. Use your data on your phone and forget about Wi-Fi altogether. Just hardwire everything. All you need to do is go to your cable company, pick up a hardline router instead of Wi-Fi, and you can hook your network interface cables or NIC cables right up to the back of your computer. There's a spot for it. There's a spot for it on laptops, all of your computers, and many of your devices. So you have to decide whether you want to live or whether you want to play games. So I'll go with living every time. So does anybody have any comments on that? I'd love to hear somebody's comment. How about you, Targeted Pride?
I can learn how to hit the button right. 100 years ago, our grandparents didn't have any of this in the air.
Yeah.
All this electro pollution. So I agree. Use wires and use data on your cell phone. Don't bother getting a router in your house, and if so, use a wire and turn the Wi-Fi feature off. And you can do that by logging into your modem through the website that it provides. So you'll be fine. Anyway, that's all.
Okay. Thanks very much. Yeah, it's important to, and if you are unfortunately unable to do that right now, at least turn it off at night, so that you're not bathed in that at night, because it is some of your newer Wi-Fi towers are very, very powerful in the area in which they can broadcast to.
I have a
And
comment to make.
sure, go ahead, Ken.
This is Rick.
Oh, Rick, all right.
What you're talking about is a good idea, and it's true. But I don't think you can't escape Wi-Fi, because even if you go hardline at your house,
Right.
you're gonna get it from your neighbors.
You're
I
right.
mean, everybody knows that if you turn on your device and you look at all the potential connections, and there's going to be a whole list that they might be weaker signals, but they're still reaching your device.
Okay.
Which means it's in the air. Now, what you can do to supplement your oxygen is to take H2O2. You ever heard of that?
H2O2.
Right. It's hydrogen peroxide,
Okay.
but it's food grade hydrogen peroxide.
3%?
No, that's junk.
Yeah, okay.
35% diluted.
Okay. So that's going to be classed, okay, that's going to be absorbed in your stomach. So how much of that would you
Right.
take?
It varies. You'd have to start out small so your body can adjust to it, and then you can increase it. For example, let's see, how much do I take? Right now, I'm up to 25 drops and 8 ounces of distilled water. You can't use tap water because it's got too many chemicals in it. That's the downside. You have to buy distilled water to take it with, because it has a bad interaction with chlorine and fluoride and whatever else they put in public water.
Tony Pantelleresco, Frank, he has some really good information on how to do those protocols.
Okay, what's his name now? Tony
Pantelleresco.
Okay.
Pantell Oresco.
Okay, that's close enough. I'll look him up.
And I know for a fact that it does help your body, because I know I try to work out on a regular basis, and for years and years I could only do maximum 20 push-ups.
Okay.
You know? And when I started taking the H2O2, I got up to 30 push-ups because I had the oxygen in my body.
It literally helps every cell in your body.
Yes, it does. It helps your body replenish and repair.
And it helps cognitive ability, like wonderful. It works wonders for your cognitive ability, all the brain fog and all that stuff.
Okay, question. This doesn't, okay, it wouldn't. That's a silly question.
Go ahead and ask it.
I've lost it now. Silly questions I lose really quick. Oh, by the way, your information is all packeted up. I just got to ship it to you.
Who are you talking to?
Rick, you.
Ship it to me?
Well, ship it to you. Email it to you with an attachment.
Oh, okay.
As an attachment.
All right, great.
Okay, we've got Tony's website here. It's augmentinforce.50webs.com.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of good information there.
Can I repeat that for anybody? Well, I will anyway. In other words, to augment, augmentinforce.50webs.com. Probably confused everybody worse. But I've, Also found out that, as they did in Europe, by keeping Wi-Fi out of the schools, there is a problem in this country with lackadaisical parents letting their children put a laptop in their lap, because it does affect female eggs, and I'm not sure what it does to males, but I got
Same thing.
I didn't have time to read the next paragraph before the show came on.
Yeah, it can from what I understand, it can do the same thing basically with your with the male sex organs, lower your sperm count and basically sterilize you eventually.
Okay. So 5G, I'm not 5G, this 2.4 from your Wi-Fi, this came from the higher ups that said, okay, we have to figure out a way to take these people out still. They're targeted like hell, but no, I'm talking about the entire world. Wi-Fi is everywhere. But 2.4, like I say, is the exact frequency of the O2 part of H2O, and naturally we're made of it. So that's kind of a downside right there. That's a total bummer. So I never thought that I would see the day where human beings would be deprived of oxygen in my lifetime. I knew it would happen someday. Rick, you're familiar with the Pacific updrafts that bring oxygen to the surface? I'm sure you must be.
From the ocean?
Yes.
Yes.
That has been substantially reduced, and we also have a contaminant coming from Fukushima, and I'm still wondering what they're going to do about that. But that is, they're really downplaying that, because we've got Hawaii that is in great danger of being contaminated. We've got the entire East Coast, and it's estimated that that will work its way into the U.S. by a third. So if you go from California and you go in a third of the way, there's 2/3 of the country left basically clean, and the rest is going to be a problem as it comes over the Rocky Mountains. But yeah, it's going to be terrible. We already have.
It's already been detected on the West Coast.
Right. Okay. Yeah. And we
what
have.
What are you guys talking about? I just got here.
We're actually talking now about Fukushima. But I was just about ready to say that there's an aircraft carrier that we have out in, I believe, somewhere around the China Sea, patrolling the Pacific, where the men are getting cancer for no reason, and they're dying. And the picture I have on the front of the article are the seamen cleaning the deck with a special soap that will try and deactivate the fallout that they're actually getting. And I didn't think they would get fallout from Fukushima, but yeah, they sure are really close. But it makes sense, because if you have a storm in the Pacific, it's going to lift ocean water, and it's going to become part of the storm. So it could get even farther than the first third. We already have sea animals, fish and whatnot, that are coming up like lobsters with 3 claws or 2 tails. It's really sick what happened over there. It's worse than Russia.
Chernobyl or 3 Mile.
Yeah, a 3 Mile Island was actually not too serious. We never got to that stage. Well, we could have, but we didn't. Our plants are much safer than like Russia. Much of Russia's reactors were exposed at Chernobyl. In Fukushima, there was supposed to be a very good reactor, but unfortunately, they all have to be built on the coast so that they can get seawater to cool. And that's a total bummer, too, because who would have thought that an earthquake would have taken out, 3 reactors? 6 or 7 reactors, I guess. And I'm not sure if there are any more plants involved. As far as I know, it's just the one plant. But
I'd be curious to see how close the plants and cooling towers are an approximation to known fault lines.
exactly. I think we have a plant built on a fault line, too. If I'm not
We
mistaken.
do in California, too. We have one in San Luis Obispo, built right on the fault line. That's
Right.
clever. Who thought that one up, you know? I mean, who thought yours up?
It's not on the San Andreas, is it? Or is it on a small
Yes.
one? It
Yes.
is.
Nope. Yeah. And also, I understand Fukushima is still leaking, and nobody's
yeah.
doing anything about it. That's
If you look at a
Yeah.
pattern in the form of a map, you'll see this large red plume in the Pacific that's just spreading out, and it's encompassing part of Mexico and like the whole East Coast. It's fanning out, as you would expect.
Yeah.
And the depth of which I think near Fukushima would be like right to the bottom. I'm not sure. I think it spreads very rapidly in water.
Nobody is doing anything about it. I guess they don't know. They don't know how.
They know.
They know what's happening, but do they know how to stop it?
No, they had a huge part of the population involved in the cleanup. Alwyn, you've got some mic problems up there. Still.
I can't believe Japan is not being held responsible for this in some way.
Well,
Nobody's. God.
I'm surprised the U.S. isn't involved in a cleanup with, like, no one can drop concrete to the bottom and make a foundation like the U.S. No one can. We've got all of the superior intelligence and training in that area. And no one has done anything. And I really can't believe it. That thing should be encased in 20 feet of concrete by now with glass inserted and many other, maybe a layer.
Don't you think it should? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I just want to. It should have started immediately. I mean, this stuff, for want of a better term, radiation in our oceans is killing our fish. It's killing. I mean, killing industries. It's just. I don't get it.
It's going to ruin us, and everybody is sidestepping it. Nobody wants to step up to the plate on this one. I think Mr. Trump will. I think he's going to start setting ultimatums because Japan is still more or less, depending upon how you look at it, under our wing. So, like if they want to build this, we can say no, we can't do that. Carl 19, you're doing a lot of breathing there or something. But yeah, someone has to step in and do something.
Yeah. I mean, when it comes to the algae that's useful, when it comes to the barrier reef, when it comes all of these things that are, and the seals are laying on the beach dead. It just can't happen, But it's happening. But God,
Linda, were you here when I mentioned silicone-rich water removes all of the aluminum from the human body in 6 to 12 weeks?
No, I don't know what that means. Is silicone-infused water?
Yes, silicone-rich water. Now I'm going to get on to Rick and ask Rick, where do we get silicone-rich water?
I can't tell you because that's news to me.
Okay. I think Rick's going to be a guest here pretty soon because he's a really sharp guy. Yeah, silicone-rich water or infused water.
Interesting.
So I'm going to put that link in the chat again because that's gone by the wayside.
My understanding is that silicone in the body can create some pretty serious problems with connections between, I don't know what connections, but like your muscles, like it ages you quickly.
I don't know. It might be silicate, which is actually the same thing, but it's more stable, I think.
I don't know.
But we have to find out. Here's the article coming at you. Oh, and there's those damn arrows again. Yeah, if you get one of my links and you see that it's dead, it's because the arrows are on the end. And for some reason, Microsoft puts them there.
Okay. I have no idea what you just said, but okay. I mean, I know what you said. I just don't know what it means.
Oh, you'll see when when I'm not thinking and I put a link in there and it's dead, you'll see that there are two little arrows on the ends of the link, and all you have to do is erase the arrows and the link's good.
I know what you mean. Okay.
Raw water, unfiltered, untreated, and unsterilized spring water are becoming more popular among the Silicon Valley elite. Okay. Yeah, I was brought up on spring water, so I know how wonderful the stuff is. It even tastes good. I mean, you can't wait, when it comes out of the ground cold. Fantastic.
This is interesting. And they're studying this with regards to Alzheimer's.
Yes.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Do you also know that turmeric with curcumin also takes the plaque out of the brain that builds up for in Alzheimer's patients?
Yes. I tried a schedule of that. And unfortunately, I'm one of these instant gratification people. I like to see something happen. I'm like, okay, what's going on? What's happening? But what I have to do is start taking it again. And there was no mention of that on the bottle, so it must be kept secret.
Well, it's something you'll see it in help. If you go to a help, site that has all the information about it, they do mention that relatively often. It's just, and it reduces inflammation. It's so you don't have as much pain in your body. It's really a good. I don't know if you deal with a lot of pain, but that's something that I noticed right away that was reduced. I would not miss a dose of my turmeric with curcumin.
Yeah, I get extreme ear pain in my left ear, and I take a pain reliever for that. Not omeprazole. No, I can't think of the name. Gabapentin. That's it, and that helps a great deal to eliminate that. So
it all helps too.
Yeah. So
and by the way,
go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that some people, I've suggested CBD oil because it does help with pain, and some people said, well, it didn't help me. What I realized is that a lot of the sellers will push just pure hemp oil without CBD and say that it's CBD oil. Well, it's not. You got to be really careful about who you buy it from, and it's very good with pain. But
So-
I just wanted to mention that. Yeah.
I wanted to mention like what you said, Frank, about wanting the like immediate gratification or whatever out of what you take on. Like people don't realize, or people aren't thinking, like whenever they're taking or doing a natural medicine,
Right.
that kind of protocol or whatever. You can't like expect it to work that way, because healing is what your goal is to heal.
Right.
Instead of what medication's really made for today is eliminating your symptoms. So it kind of just takes a little time.
Yeah, I'm really quite patient. That was actually in jest. So yeah, I can wait. But at that particular point in time, I bought it, and I didn't see anything on the label, and I thought I was supposed to. But I guess if you go to a health food store, you'll see it. You'll see it on the label. So
Maybe not on the label, but I think the person who's there to help you will let you know.
Yeah.
Because they oftentimes know a lot about their products. Sometimes not. But yeah.
Well, the reason I say that is just because I know a lot of people tend to give up too soon, and just like, man, this is horseshit. I'm not doing this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I've been on one vitamin for over like 20 years. So
Right on. What vitamin?
Emergent C.
Right on. Yeah, vitamin C is essential.
It's in but it's packed with everything else though too. You get 1,000 milligrams of C, plus you get everything under the sun above the minimum daily requirement.
Well, speaking of vitamin C, and Tony Pantellerosso has this information on his site as well. They have kind of told everybody wrong about vitamin C, about the levels that you can take. You can really you're really supposed to take about 3-4 times what they tell you. Whenever you're buying the stuff retail. But like I said, the information's on that site that you went to. Check it out. It's really interesting.
I know that between 15,000? No, between 1,500 milligrams of vitamin C and 3,000. I take 3,000 a day. That it can help anybody from having any UTIs occur, because it keeps the bacteria from clinging to the walls of any soft tissue. I just
Right.
And I've been taking it for probably 20 years, and I've not had one issue since. So I agree. I think it's essential.
Yeah, I just got all my work back from my prostate, so I'm cancer free. So I'm happy.
Good.
So
I'm glad of that, Frank.
oh, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, now I'm going to battle the original demon that causes that. And that's the E. coli that's in your own system. So I'm researching on how to kill the natural strain that's in all human beings that a lot of people don't realize, and it's really freaky. It's not the same strain that causes hemorrhagic fever or anything like that. It's a different strain, I guess. I don't know what.
What y'all were talking about whenever I first came on the call. I believe his name was Rick. You were talking about the hydrogen peroxide therapy.
Yes.
Man, you'd be surprised how healthy you can become with that. Like, because after just making it a part of your regular routine every day, after a couple of months, I mean, you'd be surprised what all it can eliminate and prevent.
Yeah, I'm glad that he brought that up. Hydrogen peroxide has been noted in many journals everywhere to be one of the greatest finds of the 20th century.
Right, because all these diseases and funguses and all this stuff, none of it can exist in such a high oxygen environment. And what you're doing is super oxygenating every single cell in your body.
Okay, now, does that have a drawback where there is a cancer concerned? Because if somebody has cancer, I understand that high amounts of oxygen actually accelerate it. Is that true?
I'm not sure about that. I haven't seen that anywhere, but I'm not sure.
I don't think so. It's not oxygen that cancer thrives on. It's something else. But I'll tell you what'll take care of your E. coli is colloidal silver.
Colloidal silver.
Yes, and you can take it with the H2O2.
No, it actually has a silver component in it.
Yes.
You can actually make your own colloidal silver.
Okay, caller 36. We don't need any construction going on.
Something else you ought to be doing, Frank, is do you know what your body pH is?
Yes, that I've run into that. It's not acidic at this point in time. It's probably, I think you're supposed to keep your pH like you would an aquarium, somewhere in the middle, like 7.5 or something like that.
Around 7.5.
Yep, 7.5. Yeah.
An easy way to maintain your body pH is to put baking soda, take baking soda and water.
Right.
That makes your water alkaline, or that's like drinking alkali water, or you're making alkali water.
Can I ask you a question? How do we measure that? Litmus or?
Are you talking about measure the pH?
Yeah.
I order the test strips on Amazon.
Oh.
And I use the chart. I pee on it, or you pee on it. You measure your pee and wait a few seconds. Then you look at the colors and you put it up against the chart, and you can see what your urine pH is.
Right. And it is just your urine pH too. Like it's not going to be completely, it's not going to be 100% accurate as far as the pH of your entire body, but that's how people, they generally, it's a good general kind of conclusion.
Right. I've heard that the best way to measure your pH is with saliva.
Good idea. Yeah.
I've heard that too. Yeah.
That's free of any of the contaminants that your urine would be flushing out. Yeah, that's a very good idea.
Litmus strips will get stuck on your tongue, though. Just heads up.
Okay. Yeah, I can remember using litmus strips. But that's great. This is the direction that I wanted to head this call into, is cures, homeopathic stuff, and things that like Big Pharma is trying to stuff under the rug. And this hydrogen peroxide one sounds like the biggest.
It must not have been this call that I had talked about it before, but the thing is also, like, if you're like me and really can't afford to just be buying food grade hydrogen peroxide all the time, you can make it yourself very easily. You can go buy just a little cheap big dollar bottles, the brown ones, and just all you got to do is look on the ingredients and just make sure that it's not a stabilized solution. As long if it has stabilizers in it, avoid that. But otherwise, if it's not a stabilized solution, you're good to go. You take it and you put it in your freezer, and you let it freeze, because the hydrogen peroxide will not freeze. The water will, though.
Okay, so that sounds like making Applejack. They used to let cider ferment and then throw it outside, and whatever didn't freeze was Applejack.
Oh,
But
that's
yeah,
interesting.
same principle. Yeah. So that sounds like a
Love
very good way. Then you dilute that 30 to 35% by volume. Or,
Right, right. I'm not. What I do, I mean, I just keep it like that. At the, it's, whenever you do it that way, it's usually more. What it yields is usually more between like 50 to 65%. But I just take it like that and dilute it in my water, which is about an 8 to 10 ounce glass of distilled water.
so that in turn, when it hits your system, reacts and produces oxygen. So that's fantastic.
Right, and being that it's that you're taking it, ingesting it orally or whatever, it eventually is distributed throughout your body, your entire body.
Oh, that's great. Yeah. Did
You
anybody
do it
here
where
think?
you
Go ahead,
definitely want
Don.
to you definitely want to give yourself like an hour before and an hour after. Just don't have anything in your stomach, whenever you take this stuff, and give yourself an hour after you take it, without anything in your stomach before you eat. Because whatever goes in that stomach with it, if it can react with the hydrogen peroxide, then it's going to react in your stomach that way.
Question: is the oxygen pulled in your small intestine?
What do you mean?
Well, your
The
small.
oxygen gets into your blood, so it's all over your body.
Okay.
Right.
I was just curious what the root was: small intestine, stomach, or
Yeah,
No,
well, just like
bloodstream.
yeah.
just like anything that you would drink. Like if you drink alcohol, it pretty much affects every cell in your body as well. Have you ever heard of well, they call people water drinkers who have this issue. Some people will drink so much water that they become like actually drunk, like intoxicated from it.
I've heard of that. Water
Yeah,
diets.
see what that is. I mean, it's you drink consuming so much water that every cell in your body is retaining way too much water, that your brain begins to press up against the skull and can actually people die that way. There's actually some college kids that way trying to through like an initiation in some fraternity or whatever that I'd seen.
Wow.
But you gotta drink a lot of water.
Yeah, I heard about water diets that a long time ago. That I think it was the same set of college kids that you're talking about. But yeah, they had a lot of trouble.
Yeah, they were turning up with Kenwood, big old Kenwood tanks of water and chugging it, being a fraternity. Yeah, man.
Okay, to get back to our targeting, it's been hot and heavy lately, from what I understand.
Mhm.
But we're fighting it, and we're doing quite well, and I'm happy to see that.
I assume you saw that the new NBC piece that was done it's actually like 2 days ago. The mother of one of somebody I can't remember, but it's posted on. It's like the first thing posted on Targeted Justice right now.
From China.
Yeah. It's the mother.
It was televised on just about every single news station there was. Everybody was talking about it.
And I didn't. Whenever I saw it, I didn't get to today because I was dealing with a sick kid. But Monday, first thing Monday, I'm going to call up there. I'm going to call the same show, and tell them that I just saw y'all's piece online, and that I deal with the exact same issues, that the diplomats do, along with a whole bunch of people. And I think it's a good opportunity, for people to do the same, to kind of flood that place with calls, telling them, hey, we get the same thing, we're dealing with the same kind of stuff that's going on with them.
Okay, if you want the complete article,
I do.
from A to Z. Go to targetedmassachusetts.org. Go to the left hand. There's a black bar there that's part of navigation, and you'll see the entire article. It's actually page 7 news, but I haven't put a link in there yet. But you'll see it. Let me see if I can, I'll go there right now and make sure that there's nothing wrong with it. So, did everybody have a happy Thanksgiving?
Man.
At least make it through the day?
We had a TI Thanksgiving in Denver.
You did?
Cool.
Yeah, we had, like everybody who's basically, you know, kind of alone or ostracized or, you know, isn't comfortable with their family.
Yeah.
And there was these 10 of us there, I think. It was awesome.
Was that
I think
Laura's? Laura?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
she's Stars, Colorado.
Yep.
Let me see. I've got so much open here, I can't read what it is, but I'll get it.
All right. I'm going to have to keep unmuting and unmuting. My kids are around, so
Oh, that's
I'm
okay.
quieting.
Kids, we don't mind, unless they come over and scream in the mic. Oh, wow, the site's going up all the time. I'm using this particular computer. It's very, very slow. Okay, I just want to see.
Yes, the
All right,
gentleman who
and I'm
who
going
buys-
to order some more food.
Oh,
okay,
thank
hon?
you.
Yeah, sure. Get that, hon. Okay.
the gentleman that buys his litmus paper from Amazon, do you have a brand that you would suggest? Do they have a bunch?
Hold on, let me go get it, and I'll tell you exactly what I'm
sorry.
using.
Okay,
thanks.
I found that link. In the black bar, the vertical bar on the left-hand side, it says breaking. Diplomats from Cuba and China are coming forward against denial from the United States government. That's the entire article with pictures, everything that goes with it. Videos, pictures, the whole 9 yards. That was put up like 3 weeks ago. So it's all there. You'll know you're there when you see a Cuban flag and a Chinese flag. I figure I'd throw those in there for the hell of it. And it's got a picture of her on the top. It came out MSNBC October 29th. Yeah,
Just recently it came out. Didn't it just come out a few days
Yeah.
ago?
No, the article came out on October 29th. You got the mother's
This is a
version.
new news piece that was done like 2 days ago.
Yep, I've
This
got.
is this is the mother. This is the mother of one of the victims.
Yep.
That's speaking out. Okay, this is the same thing.
Yeah. See, Catherine Werner returned to the U.S. from her diplomatic post in China after reporting symptoms and experiences similar to those of State Department employees evacuated from Cuba. Same thing. It's very, very long. It's got pictures, 2 videos, 3 videos, maybe 4 videos, but it's a complete article, and it's very, very long. And one of the subtitles is "There's no conspiracy here." So I noticed there were several papers that were trying to downplay it again, and they were calling it a health event or something like that. So those are people that we should call up and stand on them. This article, it's got a lot of links too.
Right. So that's kind of my point is that before before the media has a chance to, bury this under a whole bunch of other crap. People need to get on. You know what I'm saying? Like, need to take advantage of it.
Yeah, this came out October 29, 4:32 a.m. It's by Josh Lederman.
That was not one of the diplomats. I think this gal was just a state. She worked for our government, but she wasn't one of the diplomats. But she was also complaining about it, and the government really said they really tried to shut her down.
Yeah, this is Catherine Werner. She returned to the U.S. from her diplomatic post in China. All right, who's doing the dishes? You're in trouble.
Gotta clean house.
Okay. Well, if you want to see that, like I say, it's targetedmassachusetts.org. It's in the left on the home page. It's breaking diplomats from Cuba and China. You'll see it. Then below that are the VIPs, Karen Stewart, Ella Free, Dr. Matthew Aaron, Derek Robinson, Max Williams, Midge Mathis, and Richard Lighthouse. I don't even think Richard knows he's up there. He should, though, huh? Okay, let me close this out.
Was it Linda that wanted to know the brand of the
Yeah.
Yes. Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
The brand I use is Healthy Wiser.
Healthy, W-I-S-E-R?
Right.
I-S-E-R. Okay, thank you very much. Healthy Wiser.
I'm just coming in on the call. What is that for?
Check your pH, your human pH.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's something that's we've discovered a lot today. Silicone-rich water removes all the aluminum from the human body in 6 to 12 weeks. And we've also learned from Rick and Don that a 100%
35% H2O2.
35% H2O2, which is hydrogen peroxide, will oxygenate your body up to where it's supposed to be. And I led this off with the cities are normally 35. Oh, I got it wrong. I think the cities are normally 25%, and they're down 15. The countryside is normally 35. It's down to 25. So we're losing oxygen, and I will tell you some of the reasons. Because of these radio frequencies, and because of deforestation, and because of automobiles, and because of every breath you take. I'll be right back in a second. I got to grab some coffee.
I want to make a comment real quick about trees.
Yes, sir.
The last 2 years, I've been in the Northwest, California, Oregon, Washington. I live in Colorado, so it's a metropolitan here now, so Denver and, major cities all around. Everything, all the trees, all of them, like 8-inch wide trees that should be healthy and thriving.
Dead with no bark.
Just push them over. You can push them over.
Yeah. I think this is a combined, this is no conspiracy either. In my town of Carver, there is a row of trees. You can tell they were planted for some kind of reforestation because they're all in neat rows, and they're probably a mile deep, and they're all dead with no bark on them. And there's a nuclear power plant 17 miles away.
Yeah, that's happened in my house too, or my neighborhood, or my town, everywhere.
I think
they're just like drooping over.
I think these radio frequencies are bumming out plant life.
Yeah, 5G does not like it, or trees don't like 5G.
Well, what I think one of the main problems is the stuff that they're spraying in the sky, with the aluminum
I agree.
and all that, because aluminum kills everything that comes in everything that comes in contact.
Well, man is trying to kill man, or man is ridiculously stupid and is killing his own planet. But I have seen depopulation write-ups. I have to confirm how legit they are and what the sources were. But they want us down by 2/3 in a span of just like 6 years or something like that.
I think
Yeah.
it's 25. I think it's
2025.
25. Yeah,
Or
about
2025.
7. Yeah, about 6 years. Yeah. Jeez. Well, we're not
You
going.
mean Agenda 2030 or something like that? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah. And the reasoning behind that is people are, it's a very basic reason. People are breathing too much air and driving too many cars. Think about that. I'll be right back.
Yeah, well, dirty air is not good for us, as we know.
Neither is dirty electricity.
Yeah, not good for us.
Have you checked out Charlie's protocol with the Epsom salt and all that? Has anyone tried that?
Yes. I don't use I use the Epsom salts and the vinegar and the baking soda, and I do feel a difference. I do feel a settling kind of. A lot of the anxiety, we just kind of are like on edge or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. And I think that comes from probably lighting us up with all these chemicals and whatnot, and we get hit more easily. But yes, I do find that something seems to lift. I don't feel as how you just start to feel heavy. Things get heavy.
Yeah.
They feel,
I need to detox so bad right now. Yeah.
Well, I hope that helps you. It sure does help me. I get out feeling. It's amazing how much it helps. It surprises me every time.
Can somebody,
try it tomorrow.
Yeah.
Can somebody explain to me what Agenda 30 is? Because this is the second time I've heard of it.
Yeah,
I know what Agenda 30
I'll tell you,
is.
man. That's my cup of tea.
Okay.
So, first thing you want to do is check out the rest of the world, and they know about sustainable development, and it's like a normal thing. So it's all based on Georgia Guidestones, getting the population down to 500 million in perfect harmony with nature, blah, 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 blah. Really, it's about getting what little people remain into stack and pack housing, living on something called universal basic income, which is about 10 grand a year.
Right.
It's controlling the masses, the hive mind. And you and I are not in the hive mind, so we're out of that club already.
Well, see, like Agenda 21, I've heard of. I've been hearing about that for a long time now. But just yesterday, I heard Agenda 30, and I thought maybe somebody had misspoke. But then I heard it again just a couple of minutes ago.
2030 is just a carryover of 2021. They didn't get it done in time, or they didn't cause enough. I don't know. Same thing, just carryover.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I got you. Thank you.
Pack them, stack them, tax them.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
I have a question about this hydrogen, the food grade. Where do I buy? I'm looking at it on Amazon. Can somebody point me in the direction of? Because I see little bottles of it. Do they have little bottles that then you put in big bottles? I'm not sure how this works.
I guess it just depends on what you want to spend. Because it's all pretty much going to be 32, 35%. I think some brands are lower in percentage, but I would keep it at the 32 or 35 level. But yeah, it might tend to get expensive though. I mean, unless you buy it in bulk.
Well, with the oxygen, I have one of those little things that you can put on your finger, and it will measure your heartbeat and something else and your oxygen levels. And my oxygen levels were under normal, and that was 15 years ago. So
What
I'm
did you get
assuming.
one of those?
Huh?
What did you get? Steal it from the
I
hospital?
don't know. Where did I get that? Tell you what, I'll see if I can find it on Amazon. I don't remember where I got it.
You're
I
measuring
bought mine at
pulse
Walmart.
Do what?
measuring pulse ox, like 95 or higher should be all right.
Somebody say something you can get it at Walmart?
Yeah, I bought mine at Walmart.
Probably. Yeah.
If I went to
about,
Walmart, what would I look
cost
for?
about $30 for a good one.
Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah, they have them. They also have them on Amazon. 22, 27, 27, and one for 16, one for they've got a bunch of them. It's called one of them calls it a pulse oximeter, blood oxygen monitor. Got a bunch of them.
Perfect.
Cool.
Hi, Linda. This is Vanetta. Can I say something? I hate to break in because I hate when people do that. But and now I'm doing what I hate. Well, I've done a couple of things that I dislike. I like to say something happened, and let me just be very clear. And this is to all you TIs out there, and I'm very forthcoming. What occurred was something I found out. I was trying to move myself and two other TIs, and we became aware of this place called the Freedom Ranch. And of course, as we inquired more, myself, another TI, and I believe Kevin is on the call, we became aware that this man was not telling the truth. And we put our heads together and we compared the lies we were told and some photos. So since Derek had this gentleman, and I use that term loosely, on his call two times, and also included him in his packed email, I made an assumption that Todd Siegel had been vetted. Now, I made that assumption. Everybody is not like me. I know I'm a bit OCD, and I know y'all get tired of hearing me saying I'm a retired human service worker and social worker. And when I did work in my career, I vetted potential employees, clients, speakers at my workshops and conferences. I didn't take any person at their face value because I realized I was dealing with the human condition. So I assumed that Todd was vetted, but he wasn't. I was angry with Derek, and Derek is very easygoing. And I had a long conversation, luckily, with Paula Bannister earlier this evening, because when she first called, I was hot. So Paula had to talk to me for about 45 minutes and pointed out the error in my judgment. And I did send Derek an apology email. But I'm going to say this to all you TIs. You must really stop and look before you leap, because of our tenuous situation, which is more tenuous than any clients I had to take care of who were in domestic violence situations, and I had to find them a safe haven. We are in very tenuous waters, so we must be very careful of who we deal with for housing and people that we encounter, so that we will not be taken advantage of. And I do recommend that with people coming on these conference calls, I made an assumption that the gentleman was vetted, but that was on my part, that maybe a caveat should be entered by the moderators, like we're speaking with so-and-so, but that doesn't necessarily represent what we feel, or something of that nature, to let them know. And if you don't feel comfortable with it, blah, 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 check it out. Just don't take his word for it, or the speaker's word for it, or anything, whether it's housing or any situation. Because of our targeting, we need to check everything out. And I made a very bad mistake. And I owe Derek an apology because I was very angry. But I wrote him a long apologetic letter, and I'm telling you, the TIs in the community, because some of you did not believe what I was saying last night, and Kevin, but it definitely, this man is not who he say he is.
Thank you, Vanetta.
Okay.
Very good. Nice.
Yeah, and we, the actual people, myself and Kevin, the Los Angeles, we talk with him at length. I talked to him 6 hours. There's another TI doesn't want to be called out. She talked with him also. So this is not one person's opinion. This are 3 TIs who are pretty clear-headed. We put our heads together and we came up with fake TI, possibly a perp. Could be very dangerous if any of you go up there. And by the way, it's not in Minnesota. The camp is in St. Cloud, South Dakota. Check Google. Check your maps. I checked the map.
It's
and that's
Minnesota. You're a perp.
Oh, you shut up. Okay, stop acting so childish. You know, I'm trying to save people's lives. I don't care who it is. That's the kind of, silly stuff we have to deal with. You can call him. You can talk to him. I'm trying to save people's lives. I really don't give a damn whoever that was and what they said, because I got enough courage to come on and say what I had to say and give my name. I'm not a coward, nor am a perp. And my mama didn't raise no coward, nor cheat, nor perp.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you. I'm an honorable woman. Always have been and will be the day I die. Targeting can't take my honor from me, nor my integrity.
This
Amen.
is the first time. Yeah, thank you so much. This is the first time I've actually heard of the Freedom Ranch.
Yeah. Well, it looks like we went somewhere else all of a sudden. Is Paula here?
Mm-hmm. No, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
I figured we'd have heard from her by now.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Vanetta, thank you for being so strong and so full of integrity that you take this subject on and don't listen to nonsense, you know.
Great advice.
Great advice. Thank you.
We took it on together at the beginning of the call Wednesday night, right before Richard got on. And, you know, we're not going to have this in the neighborhood anymore because we've already been duped by too many people. And it seems though Derek would know because it cost him thousands out there, this last guy. And that last guy is still pumping iron out there somewhere.
Yeah.
I know.
Make mistakes,
Talking
friend.
about Derek from covert harassment.
Doesn't make a mistake. And to err is human and to forgive is divine. Because we all got mistakes. And I do have a very good memory. And everybody on this call, if you're a human being, you fucked up once in your life. Okay? Okay, you know. Okay, let's be honest about this. Let's be grown-ups. Okay?
You know something? I think if we all remember the name of Jim Jones,
yes.
we know how dangerous this kind of cult activity can get.
Yes.
And being alone with some guy who's apparently wandering around in fatigues and armed, and I mean, ew, that's just not safe for us.
The Kool-Aid Man.
Yes.
Jim
We don't
Jones.
need another one.
Two people now that are completely unrelated and talking about two completely unrelated things have dropped this little nugget of information on me that out in the Napa Valley area right now, land is so cheap to buy. Talking about like $1,000 an acre. Like, I mean, if anybody who's like looking to do this, like get some land, plots of land or whatever like that, I haven't like researched that yet, but I did want to bring that up because I have had two people who are completely unrelated to any of this tell me about it.
Yeah, but as I said earlier, even though what you're saying may be true, check it out. Okay.
Right. Exactly.
Right. Fact check. Because of the situations we're in, we have to fact check everything.
Right.
Measure twice, cut once.
Basically, what the lady is saying is that all TIs should micromanage all affairs.
I know. I'm tired. I am exhausted. But I'm glad.
You've been further researching this today? You have.
Yeah, I am. I couldn't leave it alone.
Yep. Well.
Yeah, I had to bring closure and positive closure. And I realized I made a mistake. I realized Derek has done things so I've heard done things in the past, but Derek is very, he's very kind. And he likes to believe people at face value. Unfortunately, All people are not honorable. And that's the problem, especially because of the situation we're in. So everybody, just take it, everybody. Yeah.
I think we look like good pickings for some people, because we are concerned, we are scared, a lot of us don't have a home, all that stuff. And some people, I'm sure, look at that and say, I can pick up a bunch of victims from that crowd,
Yeah.
I don't hear any victims here.
Down here in Jackson.
Yeah, we're not going to be taken like that again.
No, that's what I'm saying, that TIs, check it out. If you hear something on a call and you find it questionable or too good, like they say, if it's too good to be true, it's too good to be true.
I had a guest on here, on our show here, and he went sour. And that was that David Atkins guy. He ended up trying to shoot somebody, and he got himself shot in the head.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
That was the guy that did he steal a car or something?
Yeah, he stole a TI's car.
Yeah.
He stole Donna's car.
Is he dead? Got
No,
shot in the head?
he got grazed.
Okay.
And now he's in jail for quite some time. Attempted murder, I would say, because he did shoot at the owners of the property's son. And the owner pulled out his revolver and shot at Atkins in self-defense and grazed him up the side of the head. And then they dragged him off.
I want to say something about David Atkins.
Hey, Frank.
Yes.
And Ryan's girlfriend was with him when he did it. She went to jail with him too.
Yes,
They
she
got a
was.
picture of both of them mugshots on the internet on the resting booking thing. Ryan, the late night, whatever the fuck you call this call is. The perp
Ryan?
call, that's what I call it.
He was with
his
him?
girlfriend. His girlfriend was with Atkins when he was pulling all them papers, man. When he was running around, getting TRs for their money and all that stuff. When he stole a car, when he did the robbery, when he got shot, she was with him. She got arrested with him and everything.
Lynette?
You can look it up. They show her mugshots and everything. She is a total dope fiend. She's a straight junkie.
Was
You're
that?
talking about Lynette? You're talking about Lynette who used to be on his call?
No. That was not her. I know you're talking about the one I used to get into it with. That she a perp, but anyway, not her. But I'm talking about Ryan girlfriend.
Okay.
Ryan, the one that did the late night. Yeah, his girlfriend. I forgot her name. The one she's from Mississippi or Alabama. Remember? She started being on a Ron car. I forgot her name.
She said.
She was with Ron. She hooked up with Ryan Atkins. She was with him. I mean, with. You know what I'm talking about, but she was with them. They got both of their mug shots and they resting together. You can look it up online. They show the pictures and everything.
Well, you know what?
She look a mess, man. Both of them, they straight drug addicts.
That woman sent me a video about, I'd say, going on 6 weeks ago, and she said, "Here, keep this and tuck it away." And in other words, she wanted me to play it. Because I never even looked at it. I didn't want it on my history in YouTube, but I have it. That's my trump card.
Thing.
Yeah.
I similar to Kevin. Even I'm originally from the hood, and the first time I heard David Atkins, I knew he was a drug addict. And that he was lying. But I didn't say anything because everyone was being compassionate, and I didn't want to seem like the grumpy old woman, suspicious old woman. But I knew it was drugs involved. And as the tale unfolded, I was correct. And I should have said something.
So what was this? A guy like a TI that just kind of went rogue, doing his own thing?
No, he was rogue first. He basically stole his way across the country, ripping off people.
How long ago was this?
He's got a half a dozen cars to his credit.
Wow. Where was this regard? Seriously, I can't look outside my door.
Yeah. They put him in jail twice in Florida and let him go.
Mm-hmm.
And
was he on a do not detain list?
Yeah, he was on. I'm not sure about that. That's a good point. But Donna from Florida, she's on this call all the time. They stole her car. He stole her car and then drove it up to someplace in Georgia, Atlanta, I think, in Georgia. And from Atlanta, I don't know where he went. I think he just stayed.
He went to Louisiana.
He did, huh? Okay.
And Texas. He had to be on something doing all that driving. That's what I thought the first time. And he was always,
Won't do that.
you know.
Guilty either.
Oh, he was paranoid as hell.
Oh, yeah, he was called screaming.
He was always looking for money, too.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we're always hearing about his needing money.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's the first red flag.
Just out finding what. Well, we look like some people think we're suckers, and we're not.
Oh, guess what?
Yeah. Good luck. Well, I think you were talking about Brian Cochran, who's still out there running his number on people.
Oh, yeah, he is.
Yeah.
If that's because Derek wouldn't get behind me and shut his action off. I had everything all lined up. All the switches were lined up. All I needed was signatures. Because
Hey, if anyone wants to go crazy, call me first, please. Don't do that.
No, Zon 2 is the one that asked me to pursue it, and I did, and it was all locked up, and all they had to do was turn the key with signatures, and they blew it. So I couldn't even get him to answer my mail.
But I know I'm telling the truth because they just turned my tinnitus up, the perps.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. When I was talking, they kept hitting us, you know, so, yeah, you know, and there was directed conversation involved also.
Yeah.
Yeah, and my conversations with Todd Siegel, something I discussed with another TI.
Yeah.
And and he came with the conversation the next day, and I just laughed and kept on talking because I knew then that he was fake. And thank goodness for Kevin, good old Kevin, because Kevin cussed him out. Thank you, Kevin.
Oh, Kevin, thank you very much. I was going to cuss him out, but his cell phone, his mail wasn't set up yet.
Oh, well, he knew not to answer the phone because the perps had told him that we had been talking, that the three TIs had been talking, and our phones are hacked, and they knew that I had made a connection and to Frank, so they knew what was coming.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, it's not Derek's fault. Derek tries to see the good in everybody. And
he does.
We all do. But in this case, it would have been another ripoff. Now, does Derek know now, or is he still supporting the guy?
Well, I wrote Derek a long email.
Okay, thanks, hon. Thank you very much.
Yeah. And I explained everything that happened, and because of I do have a slightly angry nature, you know. So yeah, I do. And you know, after I calmed down, after Paula calmed me down, and we started talking, I realized it became clear that it wasn't Derek's fault.
No.
And I should know better. I have been dealing with people from all walks of life, and even no matter what class, there are snakes in every class. Okay, from the rich to the poor, you know, and I know that. So, yeah.
Were you all talking about Talia from Alabama a while ago? That got involved with. I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was listening. Were you talking about Talia from Alabama?
Talia, that sounds familiar.
Yeah. Okay, she's been on the calls for 2 or 3 years, and she was pregnant at one time, and we were all concerned about her. That's been a long time ago, but the last thing I heard was that she had been kicked out of the home she was living in, and her, I believe, uncle or something, who was developmentally disabled, was with her, and they were homeless. And at one point, Brian was going to take her in, but then found out it was the second person, and was not able to do that. So I couldn't understand what someone said. Is she involved with this guy? that stole
Yeah.
cars? Oh,
I get it.
no.
I-
How did that happen?
Well, see, what I don't understand is this guy with
I'll tell you.
this guy with the
Go
late
to their website.
this guy with the late night call can pull all this bull, but people still go there. If we can't do anything to stop this kind of BS if everybody still goes there. You understand?
Right.
Catch my drift? So I know, I check. I see who goes there. And it aggravates me. But, free world.
He's not the only. Well, just let me say something. He's not the only one who's on that call. Richard, who I just adore, is on that call. There are some people that go to that call that are really intelligent, well-informed, and those are the people that really we enjoy talking to. So, yes, I go to that call, but not. There's some very, very good people there. Sometimes. I just wanted to say that.
For the night that Brian too got run off the call, that was like a mob. It was like a gang. They all ganged up on him. And I don't remember who all was there, but it was one voice after another, very harsh and shrill. And I was so disappointed in this group that night. I didn't say anything for a long time. But, Brian too came on the call 4, maybe 5 years ago, and he was talking about stuff that I didn't want to hear at the time, but now it's common knowledge. Stuff like AI and hive mind and, some other things. But he had good information. People listened to him, and I was hoping you'd be able to get in touch with him, Frank, because you have for one thing, he doesn't have that warm personality that you have, and not everybody does. But he didn't have an obnoxious voice. He talked longer than people wanted to. But you see, it was people who wanted to talk themselves. So I think they'll be invited back on the call some way by someone with a kind voice who can say, Brian, we want you to come back, but don't, dominate the call. Everybody tends to dominate the calls in their different styles. And so, I've been listening to that for a long time. But I hope he comes back. But that was the one night on that call I thought, this is really going off the deep end because everybody ganged up. It was so ugly. But anyway, basically, Brian's a good guy, and there are some wonderful people on that call. And usually when it gets really, really late, you can have a good, solid, calm conversation sometimes because it's late. People get tired, I guess, and calm down, but you're right. So anyway, that's all I had.
Well, that was good. But anyway, the people that you like that are going to the call shouldn't be going there either. But
Exactly.
you don't do the history. He just took Connie and put her through the ringer to the point where she was scared to death. And Connie called me up, and I'll tell you the straight up story, along with 2 or 3 other people calling me up. And then I got a bunch of texts, and then I got a bunch more emails. And finally, Connie called, and she asked me, she said, can you take these things and run them? So I did. And everybody knows what happened, I think. But anyway, that's all in the past, but if somebody does something once, okay, that's okay, no problem. If they do it twice, okay, we're starting to look at you real close. If you keep doing it, you're out of this community, and I'll do everything I can do to get you out of the community. And that's what I'm going to do. Tell you straight up right now.
Who are we talking about now?
I'm talking about a late night call.
Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Hey, Josh.
How's it going? It's my first time on this call. I'm usually on Derek's or Ella's. So.
Oh, okay. Hey, welcome. Glad to have you. We were just discussing family business here. That's all.
Yeah. Welcome, Josh. Josh has information, and Brian too wouldn't talk to him offline. But anyway, but welcome, Josh. Hi, this is Vanetta. I've heard you many times, and you're the one with the website.
Yeah, I have harassmenttaskforce.com, which
it's a good website. I've been on it.
Yeah, it's got a lot of information. I got like videos of implant surgery and stuff like that, and
yeah, yeah. Paula sent me the link.
What's the name of it now? I'd like to include it up and go have a look at it.
Yeah, it's harassmenttaskforce.com.
Thanks very much, Josh. I'll go have a look at that after the call. And it's great having you here. And we talk about a lot of things here, not just, targets. We talk about, like tonight, it's, 5G. The city of Oklahoma will give you 10 grand if you move there. Tulsa, Oklahoma. And we cover a lot of different topics, but it's open mic. Nobody's ever muted. And it's a friendly call until we have adversaries that are trying to mess up the community. And that's what we were just discussing, but it's no matter. But welcome aboard.
How long do you have to stay there to get to 10 grand? Just like a year?
Oh, like Alaska?
Isn't it like the satanic capital going on right now? Baphomet statues and stuff in Oklahoma.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I mean they have a satanic temple in Oklahoma City.
Oh, we don't need that, do we? Anyway, here is the link to it. It's in the chat right. Not yet. Gotta take the arrows off of it. There you go. Oh. Went to Setsa by my mistake. Come on. Oh, I hate this mouse. Okay, now it's going out to everyone. There it is. I figured we'd check it out anyway. I don't particularly, myself, I really like Massachusetts. Hey, Brian's on here right now. Okay, if you value your life, stay away from government perps like Frank Allen. Now, I'm the only one that has him come on and speak. Now, why does he do that?
Oh,
I was suggesting it may have been,
don't you know?
may have been a bot or something like that. I've noticed this exact same thing on YouTube live chat.
Goodbye, Brian. That's too bad.
Brian. Was that the Brian I was talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He just called me a perp about 10 times here. Let me see. Wait a minute.
He called you a government agent, didn't he? I think he called you a
God.
government agent.
He filled up the whole page.
Hey, Frank.
Yep.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hey, Brian. I hope you can hear this. From the looks of your fake ass videos, you the only one that like a motherfucking government perp. You know what I'm saying? With the old fake ass, stage ass, bootleg ass videos you making, you need to knock that shit off.
Yeah. Thank you.
Cause Frank ain't no perp. You the fucking perp. Yeah. It shows and tells in your fucking videos, you fucking asshole, dipshit ass, sellout ass punk.
I don't enjoy that at all.
Yeah.
What he said.
That word is so redundant. Can you find another word? After all, profound intelligence secret.
Was that you that dropped that link on there, Frank? I mean, was that a link that you dropped?
Yeah, he dropped a bomb here. I don't know where it went.
What's the guy's channel so I know to avoid it?
Oh,
Yes, it says if you value your life, stay away from government perps like Frank Allen.
Yeah, a government perp. Yeah. Oh boy.
I mean,
I know
You don't
where.
need that.
Now you see, I know exactly where that's coming from.
It's a trap.
I know where it's coming from. Okay, I'll have to do that again.
Put that little nugget of doubt in people's minds and pin us against each other.
Man, that's been going on here at Mile High a lot, actually. People getting on calls, getting on the website, and
YouTube live chat.
Infiltrated, and then everyone everyone takes off, and I don't know her name. I just heard her, and I'd love to hear her talk again because I just got on this call. But people got to be vetted. People got to be vetted. They do.
Okay, Brian, he's back on here. Brian, I have to know why you're calling me a perp. What did I do to make myself look like a perp?
Yeah, let us know.
Yeah, why don't you?
Hey, Brian, how can I make a video and be at hospitals faking of a heart attack and I'm the only one in the whole hospital, though? How you do that? How you do that, though? I be watching I only watch his bootleg-ass, fake-ass videos. He the one that's a real big-time major fucking perp, you know what I mean? I don't know when he became a perp, but somehow, some way he flipped. You know what I'm talking about? Because when they was talking in my fucking heart, that's the least and last thing I fucking think about is picking up a goddamn phone, taking video of it. You know what I mean? That's not even possible. So you need to knock all that fake-ass shit out that you're doing because you're the fucking perp. You know what I mean? For real. And telling people to stay off the cars and all that, that's bullshit. You know what I mean? Ain't nobody listening to you. Like I said, everybody that's listening to me now that's cussing Kevin from LA. You know what I'm saying? You the fucking perp. You know what I'm saying? All people I do is look at his fucking videos, they fucking fake. You know what I mean? They crazy and they fake. Bottom fucking line, straight up. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, this might not be Brian.
That's what I was about to say. Like, keep that in mind. It could really be
Marcus. It could be
Marcus. Not even be Brian. Why do you let that guy go off like that?
Okay,
I don't understand that, Frank. That's a problem. That's not your personality. Okay, if it is Brian, I'd like to talk to him because I don't understand his need to call somebody.
Okay, he's about getting ready to speak here. But you know something? I think it's Marcus. Using Liverpool law name. See, we got people leaving now, and I don't like that.
I don't know who the guy is, but I mean, just everybody should be aware though that through any of this electronic communications, man, it can be anybody. Like that's how they'll pin us against each other. You know what I'm saying? But again, like I said, I don't know who the guy is though. You know, I don't know who you're talking about.
Yeah. I heard someone that I am very familiar with say something the other night that I know was not that person. I'm sure.
Right.
Because it's totally different from what I would expect from this person. But we need to understand that there's a lot of manipulation going on with this. So, anyway. That's all.
Absolutely. We're handicapped by all this electronic means of communication.
We are, because you really don't know who you're talking to, and you really don't know who entered that. Whoever it is, they're tripping, because anytime you expand that much energy, the end of that 10, 15 times, it's electronic communication, and it's a lie, you know.
Right, exactly.
Hey, Frank, may I ask a question, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Ellen? Okay. Thanks. Is there a number I can dial in from just a dial-up landline? Am I able to do that?
What do you want to do?
Just dial in from a landline?
Sure you can.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know the code, but the number, the U.S. number, I'm not able to get it on my computer.
Okay, it is. Hold on a second.
If someone could give it, I really appreciate it.
Oh, I think it's
Yeah.
646-749.
Oh, okay.
3112. See, because I never use it, so.
Okay, 749.
Audience view. Hold on.
Okay.
I got it for you.
Alrighty.
Just gotta move a screen out of the way.
Thanks.
Take me a second here.
That's all right, thanks.
Okay, 646-749-3112. Access code 450-414-301. Audio pin is 196.
Oh, thanks. Okay, and after the 749 was 3112?
Yep, 3112.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Yeah, it might be a little easier for me. I'd like to say hello to everyone tonight and hope everyone's doing well. So, I'll go ahead. Maybe I can get back on the computer.
Okay.
Right. Thanks, everyone. Okay.
Okay, so we should move on to something constructive here.
Yes.
Would anybody like to share some information or comment on 5G or comment on Wi-Fi? Anything that we've discussed? What the premise for all of this was the fact that this Wi-Fi operates at 2.4 gigs. So the idea is that robs the body of oxygen as it resonates at the same frequency as water. So we're made of water, so what it does is it drops the O2 out of our system. So if you're sitting in a room where you're running Wi-Fi, you're continually getting O2 dropped out of your system. So when you get up, it's going to feel like you're out of breath, a number of different things. And we were discussing how we should go to, I think Don said, go to your provider's site and shut off the Wi-Fi and just use it as a router. But if it's costing you more money, just get a router from them. And the idea behind this is you're going to stop, at least from your point of view, your house, you're going to stop that oxygen loss. And I did mention that in the cities, it's dropped from 25 to 15. In the country, from 35 to 25? No, I don't know. Okay, call 37. You're building a bomb up there or something. I don't know.
Just Wi-Fi generally depletes the
Yes.
body of oxygen?
Yes, it does.
Whoa.
So
You know, they won't. Wow.
People know that? I mean,
they're
is
going
that-
to. Yeah, they're going to.
Wow.
And
They keep interrupting my... Go ahead.
go ahead, Linda.
Go ahead. They keep interrupting my ability to use my Ethernet. They keep messing with my router, my modem, and I'm getting it replaced and all of that. But they want me to use Wi-Fi. That's really interesting because they just forever hacking into my computer.
That is
so they can't-
interesting, Linda.
Yeah.
I think they can. I think they use it. I think they sit on it and use it.
Yes.
They might be able to.
I think
You can measure where you're at in your house buy
Yeah, I
your
think they
Wi-Fi.
exactly. They hack your house with that. I think they do.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
What it is,
Yeah.
you are an
When I look at my Wi-Fi thing, there are at least 10. Apparently, they all have boosters because they are as strong in my house as my Wi-Fi is. Got 10 people who's, the strength of the Wi-Fi is that little umbrella thing that
Yeah.
And I just don't like the fact that 10 people around me have as strong a Wi-Fi signal in my home as I do.
And you're kind of remote too, aren't you?
Yeah.
That's something. I mean, you ought to be able to photograph that and, show it to your provider.
Yes.
My gosh.
So I found phone lines in my crawl space that go from the side of my house to the neighbor and then across the other way to the back neighbor. And after I got those pictures, 2 days later, AT&T showed up and they're not there anymore.
Really? Good for you.
Somebody was riding your line, huh?
2 of them. Two different
When I was in Manhattan Beach, I had my electric bill just went out just insanely high. So I called the power company and we talked for a while. And I said, well, what about the guy? Because he was new there and he was a creep. And I said, what about his bill? She said, well, I can't tell you the exact amount of his power bill, but I can tell you that it looks like no one lives there. I was paying for both of our power bills. I knew he had connected. So anyway, I just want to say that they will run lines and get to whatever they can.
Well, it's like any other utility. If somebody can get in the wall and tie into yours, they will.
Yep.
I've
you get
seen
to pay
it.
for their usage.
Oh, it's got to stop.
All you need is jumper cables.
What? You need what?
I said all you need is jumper cables to do it, too. It's pretty easy.
Yeah, just a couple of alligator clips.
Whoa. I used to find those all over the place. Whoa. Okay, thanks.
But how would they, unless they're close to you, how would they hook it up so that it goes to where they are, unless they're really nearby? If they're
Well,
nearby,
he was right next door. Well, when you're gone, they run it when you're gone.
Well, you know how many people just put on a jumpsuit and a hard hat and climb up a pole? I mean, I've seen them, and I know they're not contractors.
Well, I feel sorry for people that happens to and everything, but at least they can figure out pretty easily who it is that's harassing them. When it's remote, it's harder. It's harder to figure it out.
Well, it's 90% satellite, so.
Yeah. So.
Have you seen I got a video on my site that has Tom Lee on it, where he actually finds, V2K. I think most of the the localized stuff is a myth, except for when they're in the same room as you, or in the same building. I've talked to probably about 10 different TIs that actually match the same description of. I have another video that has AM radio detection, where it detects the interference, and I experienced the same exact thing, and that's why I kind of made a big deal about it. And it's where this guy sticks a AM radio underneath his bed, and he puts it at 500 megahertz, and you can hear it interfere with it. It'll make a wah sound, winding up. It's a pretty good video, but a lot of people, they'll hear the machines dragging across the floor, and that's when they're baking you. But I've been attacked cross country on the road, going through those big tunnels in Colorado on airplanes. So really the only thing that can do that is HARP or a satellite.
Well, I consider myself basically a cyber victim, and I mean, that's really what it is. But if I got rid of the Wi-Fi, that might make a difference. But the cable company really discourages you from, from doing it. And I don't know why, but you have to pay for cable. You have to pay for the other setup anyway when you have Wi-Fi. I mean, so I guess you just have to go out and buy your own long cord.
No, just call up. Just dial in on the web. When I say dial in, I mean go to the site and just turn off the Wi-Fi part of it. The router will still work. I think Don was saying that.
Go to the site and turn off. Yeah, I can turn off the Wi-Fi and then use the router for using the computer with a corded, right?
Yeah. Ethernet.
Just log into your gateway. It should be, if you go to your URL bar, type 192.168.1.1.
Right.
And whatever version of your router is, you're going to have to look at the manual. Usually it's admin or admin1234. So admin's the username and admin's the password. And sometimes it's just password. It depends on your brand of equipment.
Yeah. Yeah, I would just need to get like a long one, something so I don't have to so I can move the computer around a little bit,
Yeah, if it is admin, change it. The limit for NIC cables is 100 feet.
Oh.
So you've got plenty of room to work with.
Well, that's good.
250 feet. Sorry.
What do they do, up it? Because I ran it from my house to my business on a line, on a stretched cable, and I just ran the Wi-Fi on the stretched cable. I mean, not Wi-Fi, the NIC cable, and they said you can't go over 100 feet. But that was in the 90s.
It's like 250 feet.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm a CSE.
Oh, okay, great.
Wow. Where would I get an extender for that, or whatever you want to call it?
Walmart, maybe. Best Buy.
Where are you at? What city?
Albany.
New York. Do they have fries there?
Do they have what?
Fries.
Oh, I kind of don't think so.
Okay.
They don't advertise a lot if they do.
Okay, so yeah, Best
Buy.
It's Cat 5 or Cat 6 is what you want to get. Cat 6 is better. It's shielded. Cat 5 isn't.
Okay. Cat 6. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, I'd like to just get rid of the Wi-Fi. That'd be good. Yeah. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's informative because I think you're going to see a lot of people going back to landlines and versus their Wi-Fi. Very dangerous. Well, we should know better. Europe's eliminated it from their schools already, and I think they're working on homes. Yeah.
How many countries too?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank, something you can do about your Wi-Fi output. And by the way, the city that I live in is in Chambersburg, and they've banned Wi-Fi from their public schools.
What city again?
Chambersburg, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that.
Good for them.
But what you can do about your Wi-Fi output, most Wi-Fis are set up for maximum power so that the Wi-Fi will reach all over the house and probably beyond.
Yeah.
What I do is I got a stereo box and I wrapped it with 2 or 3 layers of anti-static. Well, another name for it is Velostat. Familiar with that?
Yeah.
2 or 3 layers, and then I put aluminum foil over that. and I measured my Wi-Fi output with an RF meter while I'm right next to it, and I'm getting 4 bars. So when I put this box that I just made up on top of the Wi-Fi, I'm only getting 2 bars. So I've cut the output in half.
Does it still work?
Yeah.
Do you use it on your computer? Do you use Wi-Fi?
Computer, TVs, all over the house.
And they still work fine, even with the lower output.
Yeah.
How many layers
would work?
How many layers of Velostat? Just one layer?
That stuff comes in different thicknesses, so you would have to experiment with it. I think I use 3 or 4, 2 or 3. I don't remember how many, but it's several layers, probably 3 or 4.
So that ought to, if you get rid of the Wi-Fi, then it would cut the way that it can link really close in the air. In other words, you can get the signals to cross over, which you don't want if they're being thrown in the air, for lack of a better way to phrase it, you know.
It reduces the power output. You're getting less radiation.
Yeah. Anything for that.
Does anybody know why? The other day I went into my kitchen and I heard like a sort of banging noise, like something was loose, and as I was walking it would kind of vibrate or something. And then the next day I thought, well, that's so weird. Now it's not happening. What's going on here? So I got my tri-field meter and I measured around in my kitchen, and when it came to my gas stove, it shot way up to the most dangerous level, way over to the right. The dial went way over to the right.
Oh my gosh.
Is there any reason my gas stove should do that? I mean, I don't get that.
Your refrigerator will do it. I don't know about your stove.
Well, my stove could do it.
It could be the location.
Because your refrigerator has an electromagnetic field around it.
Yeah, that I get, and that was like not a big deal. I mean, the dial moved, but it wasn't like the gas stove. I just don't understand why a gas stove would put that kind of magnetic frequencies out there. I don't get it.
Does the stove use electricity?
No, it's a gas stove.
I know, but the dials, or it might have dials and digital readout or something.
No digital readouts. It does have a fan underneath, but if you want to put the fan, that thing that goes up so that it sucks all the smoke in, it's got that underneath it.
Then it would need electricity for that.
You think? Okay, well, but why that high? I mean,
if you've got a fan under there that does it come on automatically, or you switch it on?
No, I have to turn it on, and it wasn't on.
Okay, well, apparently you've got some electronics in that stove.
Yeah. Okay. So something's going, but it never did before. That's what concerns me. And I heard this noise in there, and now that happened. It sounded like me. I'm wondering if somebody was messing with something underneath. I don't know. I have a basement that they can climb through and around in. I don't know. Okay, so so that's odd. Yeah. I'm going to get the power company out here. You know, most of our power companies will come out and measure your electromagnetic frequencies for nothing. Most of them have that service, yeah. I did it a long time ago, and I'm going to do it again because things are much higher in my house now. Okay. Just checking. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, they'll do it.
Yep. That's interesting. All of a sudden, we're getting heated up here.
The fan could have magnets in it too.
Which? The sand?
The fan, like the motor on it. The motors have magnetic coils.
Yeah.
So it depends on what setting you're using on your. Are you using a tri-field meter?
Yeah, and I'm on the first one, not the second one for magnetic, but the first one.
Yeah, so that one's that one's really sensitive, and that picks up magnetic field, so it's probably picking up the coil on the fan.
Even when it's not being used. Okay.
Yeah. On my, if I want to disconnect the Wi-Fi, I mean, I know I can turn it off on the computer, but, I see now there's a button. If I hit the button, maybe that'll turn it off.
Same thing for like bathroom vents. They'll like the coil or the motor in it will make your trifold meter go off too. So fans do that.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
May I ask if the Ethernet is plugged in? It's a really basic question, but I sort of forget this stuff, even though I was a computer. I was a computer lab monitor once, but the Ethernet cable, keep that in. Keep that in, but to disable the Wi-Fi, I have several pieces of equipment here, but I can probably call the cable company, but they'll try to discourage me.
Before you do that, make sure that you're connected through the Ethernet, because if you
I was thinking that's critical. Yeah, you want that.
If you turn off your Wi-Fi and your Ethernet's not working, like something wrong with your cable or whatever, then you're gonna lose all your internet. So
yeah.
So like turn off Wi-Fi on your laptop, plug it in, and like go to your settings and make sure you have an IP address.
Mm-hmm. That sounds like it'll work. So if I turn off the Wi-Fi on the computer, then it's still going to radiate in the room it's in, right? Or it won't?
Well, if you got to turn off Wi-Fi, usually you have a 2.5 gigahertz or 2.4 gigahertz. Then you have a 5G on your Wi-Fi too. So you have to disable.
Yeah, unfortunately, it goes between 2, 4, and 5.
Yeah, so you have to disable both of them.
I just wanted to say that if you happen to let any of them come into your home to do any kind of work, pay attention to everything they do. Don't leave the room, because they can do a lot more inside your home than they can from outside.
So true. I just found that out. I had somebody wiring some security cameras in the attic, and some extra security lights. And when he left, all of a sudden my tinnitus was screaming in every single room, which the only place I had heard it before was in my bedroom. Then it was just screaming at me throughout the house. I mean,
no.
Yeah. And I can't make it stop.
Maybe even set up a little camera to where they wouldn't be able to see it if they come into your home, so that they can film everything that goes on. Because I'm just kind of guessing, no offense, but you may not be very experienced at all that stuff. So maybe having a video of it and showing somebody that does know more about it can maybe tell you if there's something funny about it.
Yeah, and you're right. I should have followed him in the attic. I really should have. I know better, and I didn't do it. And that makes me mad at myself,
Well, now you know.
Now I know. Bless your heart. Yeah, now I know. Yeah. Yeah. You have to be so careful.
Yeah.
You guys, thank you for this advice, too. It's really appreciated.
Been a lot of information going back and forth tonight. That's really great. I've learned a lot. And we've brought light to a lot together.
Yeah. You have an advice night,
The silicone-rich water we have to investigate. And I didn't have enough time to actually read it through. But do you want the link in the chat again? No.
I already went and looked at it. I've already got it up and in my bookmarks.
Okay. Well, in case somebody doesn't, here it is again.
Oh, you mean somebody else might want it? I'm just kidding.
You think?
Yeah, I think.
These damn arrows.
I guess I have another question. If you have like cable TV and a so-called smart TV, is there something about that would be and make it an easy port?
Yeah, smart TV.
Yeah, well, smart meaning it has programming. I mean, that's just the way it is. I noticed it, and yeah.
Yeah, smart TV. You should probably do like I did and go pawn it.
Yeah.
The TV that I had was like a big 52-inch like 3D Vizio TV, which I later found out was the subject of a class action lawsuit because it was spying on people.
Oh my gosh.
But yeah. And so,
I've read about that, but I'm just thinking, well, this TV? I mean, it's like, I don't see how it would do it.
Check out Vault 7. It's like the CIA, hacking collection, and the Samsung smart TVs in there. I know that. So yeah, they spy on you through TV, but they also spy on you through your smart meters. That's what they're used for. They can see, where you're at in the house, what what utilities you're using. The smart meter gives them all that information. So it's.
What if you don't have a smart meter though, and if you have Wi-Fi maybe and a smart TV, they're able to really. They meaning anyone, any criminal who knows tech.
It's wirelessly today. You can pretty much guess that it's been engineered in some kind of way to be a part of this system, this information grid system. Of course, a lot of this stuff, like with the smart TVs and all, and social media, it's all done under the guise of data mining, marketing purposes, and all that junk.
But I mean, it's such a real criminal act that you think, it would be dealt with by. There'd be like a whole separate police division that would, cybercrime. They would just help,
Well, my thought on that is, as long as everybody continues to vote for all this by buying the TVs, watching the TVs, they're going to keep doing it.
No, it's a contest to see who gets the biggest TV. I swear.
Yeah. Well, if you have one, you have one. That say you have, you acquired it from a relative or you bought it, I mean, for someone, and then they wanted you to have it, I mean, I went through years when I didn't even have a TV, but I guess, frankly, with this kind of stuff going on, at night, I like to have something in the background where, not always, but sometimes, I just like, something on that's,
I suggest music on the TV.
Yeah, I never was a TV person, but I don't want. If I keep the computer running all night long, that's not good either. And
you can still get an analog TV. You can find them secondhand around, but I understand they can do the same thing. It's just more difficult for them, and they have to do it hands-on. For the digital, they can do it remotely. Things that are it's easy to do whatever you want to do.
There's a good reason why they did the whole switch, the format switch to digital over analog. Where nobody be able to watch TV unless they switched over to digital and all that stuff. This is the reason for that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
I had a couple of cops trying to help me a long time ago, and I was talking about, I felt like I was being viewed or surveilled, and they said, well, like for instance, your TV, if video can come in, video can go out. In other words, if they can see you, if you can see the video, you know what I mean. They can see you through your video, is what she said. So, I don't know if that helps. I don't know if I was even intelligent.
They being whoever.
Well,
whoever.
they have a microphone. but there's no camera on them.
Accurate.
But
Yeah.
they're remote neural monitoring you anyway, so
Yeah.
doesn't really matter.
So illegal.
They're tracking you by a
It's
satellite.
illegal.
So.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. That is so illegal. It's unbelievable. I mean, it would be like, citizens consenting to,
Well, see, they trick you into consenting. Okay, they manufacture the consent from you. Like, for instance, have you ever had an app on your phone or whatever where, whenever you download it, it needs all these permissions for things that just don't make sense to why that app should need it? Why does this app need access to my contacts? Why does this one need access to my camera? These things don't even have anything to do with it. So whenever you accept that, you're consenting. Anytime that you push these buttons, you're consenting to something. Just like in the real world, whenever you sign your name to something, you're consenting to something.
Yeah. Right. Right. But I sure don't consent to anyone, having any access to. I mean, my privacy should be. If I'm out in public, whoever sees me. But in my own home or in a building where privacy is expected, to think that, someone could, as we've talked about,
like with the Patriot Act and everything, using the Patriot Act as like an example, that was consent for them to do like a lot of the things that have been going on since then, as far as all the privacy invasions and whatnot. So that is consent, and they manufacture it somehow, and they do that by false flag attacks.
9/11. They did that to save us from any more 9/11s, I think it's in spite of,
big giant false flags like that. They facilitate huge, like, revolutionary types of change. Whether it be for the good, or for evil.
I mean, the Patriot Act was written before 9/11, and they just implemented it afterwards. What does that tell us? Yeah.
9/11 was written before 9/11.
Yeah.
So, but the Patriot Act was around, and then it was extended because of 9/11. They had to get a, special. It can't go on for longer than 2 years unless there's. It has to be renewed every 2 years, and I guess it wasn't necessarily until.
Hi, Johnny.
The Patriot Act. Yeah. Freedom. It became the Freedom Act, I think.
Oh,
okay. And advanced afterwards than the Patriot Act. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There must be a hell of an emergency going on somewhere around here. I'm driving now, by the way. Like every kind of emergency vehicle and vehicle that's a non-emergency vehicle with flashing lights, everything you can imagine is passed.
Yeah, I've seen it like that some nights. It's just no rhyme or reason for it. All it takes is two people that are brake happy, going real slow up and way up there somewhere.
Yeah. Don't you hate it when you're going down the freeway and you're sitting there for like 2 hours and moving an inch and every 10 minutes, and you finally start getting going, everything's moving along, and you start looking around for what the holdup was, and you see nothing?
Really?
I think Frank, I think you're right. It's when somebody gets brake happy and just throws everything out of whack. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you have to wait a long time, and then you have to wait until the accident's cleared.
Well,
they will try to cause accidents. They will try and cause accidents that way. They try this very often on me. I've become a very sharp driver because of this. Because most of the time I've got my son in the truck with me, and they have tried to get me into wrecks with my son in the truck. So my awareness in driving has become very sharp.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it has to be. I mean, it has to be with all the things that can happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it seems like every time they make a road wider or add 2 lanes, it just fills up those 2 lanes with more traffic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just as slow.
Mm-hmm. The 405 in Los
never over
Angeles.
with out here.
405 is just ridiculous in Los Angeles. It's a parking lot.
Yeah,
And every time they widen it, it's again a parking lot.
So people plan for that, right?
What?
People plan for that, right?
I don't know. I guess. It's bizarre.
He's talking about a criminal enterprise set up to cover up crimes against humanity. For example, the crimes against humanity whereby the crime cartel, otherwise known as the Crown Corporation, otherwise known as the Crown Corporation in America, otherwise known as the CIA, marches into other countries and
that was an accident. No problem.
Yeah.
That I wonder what the odds are of getting Catherine Horton as a guest. Oh, we'll see.
Wouldn't do that very much.
Yeah, I would too. I think I'm going to drop her an email. She has really come up with some fantastic stuff lately. Have you listened to her? She is advising,
like they do in Syria, like they do in Afghanistan, like they do in Iraq, and like they did in Pakistan when John Kiriakou was there.
Yeah, she's got like a couple of the top videos out there, but she's also kind of a loose cannon with some wacky ideas as well.
Yeah, you got to take the good with the bad. I mean, everybody's got some ideas that don't work for you, and they sound kind of like off-center. But she's got a lot of organizational skills, and she's already back on her TV program again. And she's bounced right back from her loss with the Techno Crime Fighters, which was a shame to see split up, you know?
Well, I think she cussed out Romola D is what the problem was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah.
I don't think anybody could get her as a guest.
Romola?
Yeah.
Is that Romola we were hearing in the background?
No, that was
Romola's
Catherine.
voice?
That was Catherine.
Was that Catherine's? Okay.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of names tonight. I'm hearing for the first time, like Rick 2, Romola. I've heard
Brian
Romola
too?
Yeah, Ryan too, yeah.
I don't think that was Brian too. I'm not going to. Brian too would never fill the chat room with things like that. I mean, there was a whole. That was Marcus again. Or Ryan.
Well, he's done that to Derek. He did that on my call.
I've actually noticed a lot of that happening lately, like I said, on the YouTube live chats, like on Michael Barton's new live chats that he does and stuff like that. They're really recognizable. There'll be like just some kind of phrase or whatever that they may repeat, or some subject that they'll repeat just to try to get bait people into talking about it, and getting controversial and all that stuff, and people against each other.
Something. I'm not going to mention it too much, but someone is really trying to push me around, and I resent it highly.
Where?
And where? Around my house, but again, it's my ear, my running air through my ears. Doing other things, when you mentioned he did. I mean, please don't let this remark on YouTube. They don't want someone in court to say, well, she's schizophrenic. But, you mentioned that, and, he said, well, that's exactly what you're going to do for me. And I fell down on the bed, and it was just, I would never, and this doesn't usually happen, but I was trying to just say that gave away, I have a protected address. I know that, but it's like on record that no one is supposed to get within a certain amount of and yeah, someone is really trying to push it on me, and
My phone.
nobody can
I
hear you.
can
You're
hear
breaking up.
Okay. That's good. Not just me.
I might have to get on the other phone. You can't hear me. Nobody heard the word you said. Ow.
Yeah, I thought it was my phone.
I'll have to get on the other phone then. Okay, that's what I'll do. These people are something. Okay, all right, I will. Thanks. Oh, they're fucking with my phone big time right now. Pieces of shit.
Yeah, I agree.
One of them community in the graveyard because they've been in some ways driven out of community too. So community in itself isn't something that you can invest with its own virtues, because right.
Nehemiah, you've got quite a lot to say. You should speak up more often.
Sounds like a bunch of bats in a cave. I think.
I'm gonna check on that guy.
Okay, I take that back. I guess Laura is not doing after call tonight, so that's a bummer. Oh well. Gonna see if there's somebody else that'll do an after call. Where is?
How about Mike?
Come again?
The guy from Blue.
I just said you might do that. Maya?
20. You're breaking up. You want to speak again?
वीडियो को भी अपना एजेंडा चलाने की पूरी आजादी।
Caller 29. I'll blink your phone for you. See it going from orange to green? You want to speak again? We just didn't hear it.
Am I number 29?
Yeah.
Okay, well, my name is Lonnie.
Oh, that's right.
I'm on the telephone, so I have no idea what number I am. I was just going to say Sue Maya might be a good person to try. She runs a good call.
Yeah, she does. I wonder.
Whenever.
No one goes to it.
Hey, did anybody see a video on YouTube about 63 of supposed to be arrested on December the 5th?
You make
What was that? Somebody got arrested where? CPAL, you got all kinds of noise going on. You never do.
No, it's a video on YouTube. They just kicked me out the call. I got kicked off. This is Vanetta. It's a
What
video.
happened?
I don't know. I just got kicked off when I was talking about the video on YouTube, talking about 63,000 officials are supposed to be arrested on December the 5th. Prophecy put it out regarding targeting. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you're in with your computer, it looks like, which is offline, and you must be in with a smartphone too. So I don't know which one got kicked off.
So there's two videos that I'm looking for to put on my site. I haven't been able to find them. I saw them. I have actually one version, and it's with the implant being removed from the back of the head. But Leslie Crawford posted on her Twitter, and she took it with her iPhone. And I'm looking for the actual source so I can try to find out more information, and I want a good quality. But it's the tracking implant that's on the back of your scalp, and I have surgery being removed.
Okay, what do you know? You don't know the name of it by any chance? Or?
No, but I have the video on my site. It's on harassmenttaskforce.com, and it's
Okay.
called Scalp Implant Removal. It's right on the homepage. There's a huge button for it. And the next video, I can't find it. I found it about a month ago, and it was had this Hispanic guy down in Southern California, and he was using an EMF meter. I wasn't specific on it, but it was like one of the white ones with the green antenna, and his daughters were actually getting targeted. And he walked into the room in the middle of the night and put the meter over them, and they were all freaking out, being tortured and stuff. And that's, really good evidence and a really good video. And I can't find the source files for either one, and I know they both were on YouTube at one time. So I'm trying to find that guy's name in Southern California. If anyone's ever seen that video.
Okay, I'll see if I can find it. I might even have it.
You've seen that one before?
I might even have it. I think.
But you know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Oh, if you have it, that would be awesome.
Are you talking about Richard Kane in Southern California with his kids that were implanted? Is that the one you're talking about?
This guy was Hispanic. I think he had a Hispanic last name.
Yeah.
And his kids were getting tortured. They're like little girls in the room, and he went in there with the EMF meter, and they were getting hit with a lot of radiation.
So listen to this again, and that's why I'm saying this is super important whistleblowing that you're hearing right there. Let me just share my screen, and let me hope I don't screw things up. Okay, so.
The rumor is that either Julian has been indicted in the Eastern District of Virginia, or that a grand jury has been impaneled in the Eastern District of Virginia. This would be done in the Eastern District rather than in Washington, D.C., or in any other district in the country, is that the Eastern District of Virginia is known as the espionage court.
You realize that's coming out live, right?
I was trying.
This means it's a corrupt court, guys. This means if no one has ever won a case there, it means that court is in deep capture. It means it's corrupted. It's not a court. It's.
I don't think she realizes that's coming through. I think she's listening to it. Nehemiah, as soon as you get that squared away, just hit. Well, you got a computer,
Okay.
Okay, I'm getting charged up on coffee again.
Crack me up. If I had coffee this late at night, I wouldn't be asleep until 7 in the morning.
Oh, actually, if I wake up sometimes and have to get a cup of coffee so that I can go to sleep. I swear,
I believe you, but it's just amazing. Amazing. I'm making my sleepy time tea as we speak.
Yeah, well, I am so addicted to coffee. I'm like my father, only worse. I mean, he had a ton of coffee. I have like 3 tons of coffee.
Well, I guess if your body needs it, it needs it, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be good for your heart.
Yeah. Isn't that amazing? Coffee used to be bad for you. Now it's good for you. What else used to be bad and is now good?
Fried chicken, still bad. Oh, no, fried chicken went from bad to good to bad.
Yeah, and smoking has never gone to good.
No.
And it probably never will. But there's something else. Damn. It was bad for you. Then it was good for you. Can't remember. I think I just need something to write about,
Coconut oil.
Butter. Was it butter?
Oh, wine. Wine. Alcohol. Alcohol is good for you.
What about coconut oil?
I don't know.
Good for you. Good for
Oh,
you.
that was poison at one time.
Yeah, it's good for you now.
Yeah, it's great.
Well, I know it softens your skin. Something like that.
Oh, women put it on their toes, their fingers, you name it.
Really? What is it doing on? I wonder what it does on the toes.
For around the nails and stuff, I guess.
Hey,
Like
Frank.
cuticle.
Yeah, right.
So
Yes.
you have a lot of extra video content and stuff, because I have like a news site that I'm trying to just constantly update with pretty much all the content out there. I see you have about 20 videos on your site, but you have a lot more than what's on your site right now.
Oh yeah, for sure. I like that woman that's on there. She is very, very good. And I don't think she's doing that anymore. Sophia?
Yeah, I see that. I'll watch those. I'm just trying to get as much content as I possibly can.
Yeah, which direction? You seem to be in the medical section, like implants, implant removals, things like that.
Yeah.
Well, look at that. What's the name of it?
More technical. I'm a tech guy.
Okay. I got just the video for you. It's on the site. It's on the left-hand side. Oh, Larson's, the Larson bill or something like that. Or you'll see it. If you like it, use it.
Okay.
It shows all the new kinds of implants.
I'll check it out. Yeah, because I'm a part of Derek Robertson's tech team, and we're building a bunch of countermeasures and stuff right now. So I'm trying to get as much content as I can, because I'm actually getting a lot of intel off all these videos. A lot of intel.
Okay.
So.
Okay, good. So, have you guys got anything accomplished on there?
For countermeasures?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, we've debunked a lot of stuff. We've figured out a lot of stuff. But we're kind of funding is kind of stopping a lot of it right now.
Yeah.
We have about 10 projects that we did all the engineering and designing for. We just don't have enough money for the hardware. So
I see.
And we keep finding more and more things as we go out. Like on Tom Lee's video, he talks about the satellites having countermeasures and stuff, and how to use high impedance to get around them. And pretty much all the equipment out there right now is at 50 ohms, so it's standard impedance. So right now we're trying to figure out how to get equipment to actually have high impedance right now. But we're developing stuff that can triangulate, trilaterate, and do sweeps. It's just the biggest problem right now is the countermeasures on the satellite. I know like Richard Lighthouse is preaching that everything's getting hacked or whatever, but I think we're kind of going by what Tom Lee's saying with the countermeasures, because he's using a Rockland 4840A spectrum analyzer.
Do you notice what he says? Everything is straight up and a little bit off to an angle.
Who, Tom?
Yeah. You know that video he did when it was actually stretched out over like a few months? Like he'd stop the video and wait till he was on a plane and then start it again?
Yeah.
Well, he's got one video where he's using a microwave meter and he's pointing it straight up and he's getting a full reading. And if he points it north, south, east, or west, he gets nothing. But if he goes slightly off axis with it, he still picks up something. So that would indicate that there is a satellite that is
Sounds like a toilet right there.
Yeah, that was the old toilet, all right. Standard.
So
Not mine.
so he's saying it's like C2 and C4 and like M23 to M35 satellites, because they have to be a certain range. I mean, he's smart. He's been an electronics engineer for 45 years.
Yeah, the GPS satellites are like 20,000 miles out.
Yeah, and I have like a Hack RF with the GPS antenna and stuff, and I can't demodulate anything off of my head, and I have scan reports too for pretty much anyone who does scans. John Kensington and Kidder and everybody, and I've been analyzing everything, and I've got a lot of data and I know how to find things. It's just there's a lot of issues and we need better equipment, because I try to go and get the cheaper equipment and it just doesn't work for some reason. Like they're not tunable or yeah. But there is a good project on my website right now. I didn't build it. It's called Caribou's SDR, and it's crowdfunded. And I think they just got like $80,000 in funding. And what this does is direction find in a certain range. And you can actually use this with on eBay. They sell a ElfWave up converter. If you buy 4 of those for like $30 each, and you attach this to it with an ElfWave antenna, which you have to find the plans online to make it, you can actually find the exact direction of where V2K is coming from. So, and on Jesse Beltran, I have one of his videos of the scan phase 3, right? And he's using a frequency counter. And I found a bunch of commercial grade frequency counters on eBay that go up to 24 gigahertz for like $300-400. But I bought like a cheap $60 one, and it can barely pick up my cell phone signal. The one Jesse Beltran's using is about like $700. So we're just all these little obstacles and funding and stuff like that. But I've got a couple guys that are pretty close to finishing stuff. I got Jeremy on my team, and he's almost built a nonlinear junction detector, and we actually figured out how to reproduce a nonlinear junction detector, and that's what John Kensington is saying that he's using to detect implants with. So what it does is it detects the spark gap on a diode. So when it goes from positive to negative, and what we're doing is using a signal generator with an Aronia spectrum analyzer. And I guess you can potentially use like a HackRF or any kind of spectrum analyzer, right? But you have to make a device to hold the antennas precisely apart, because the way it works is you send a signal out, and at like about, if you're sending it out like 900 megahertz,
yeah,
and it goes out to 2.4 gigahertz, right? That's the harmonic, and you put a diode in front of it, the signal will jump up like 10, right? But if we amplify the signal generator, it'll jump up like 30 or 40. So
excuse me. What did you mean when you said when a diode flips from positive to negative?
So do you know what a nonlinear junction detector is?
Fill me in.
So it's what Roger Tall says, and John Kensington, he does the scans in Salt Lake City for what's her name? Dr. Steringer.
Okay.
So I've seen his reports and I know what equipment he's using, right? And it basically what it does is it's for bug sweeps, it's to find electronic devices. And that's what he's using to find implants with.
Okay,
so,
now how are they showing up? I would rather have something linear that would focus in one area, it would seem. I was just curious as how you were using diodes and you were getting when a diode flips from positive to negative. Because a diode...
Well, the implants, they have diodes in them, right? Or they have...
they actually have a coil, and then they have a capacitor. And I think what you're meaning is
well,
when
there's
it's
different
time
kinds of implants.
I'm very familiar.
Yeah.
But go ahead. You've got the floor.
Okay. So, but anyways, Roger Tolsays and John Kensington, they're successfully, at least in the reports, detecting implants.
Right.
With a nonlinear junction detector. And it's the same kind of device that they use to detect bugs that, let's say, that aren't powered, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you like the great seal bug, have you heard of that?
Yes.
Yeah, it's in the NSA playset. So they're called retroreflectors. So you can pick up retroreflectors and all different kinds of silicon components with a nonlinear junction detector. So basically on a diode or transistor or a lot of the devices that are actually in the implants, they do a little spark gap which converts the power from positive to negative, and it is picking up the first and second harmonic on that.
All right, so you won't find a spark gap in there. You'll find a transistor, but you won't find a spark gap. Sorry.
Are you an electronics engineer?
No, I'm actually a sound engineer.
Okay, so I'm going off what the electronics and I'm a software engineer. So I'm going off what the electronics engineers told me. So I've got electronics engineers with degrees on their team.
I've seen the prints for these things. They stopped using spark gaps quite some time ago. The last time I used anything to do with a spark gap would have been when I was recreating Tesla's work. And the only reason Tesla used a spark gap is because there wasn't a transistor invented yet. I don't believe you'll find a spark gap in one of those units because, number one, it would be light sensitive because something would pick up the light. I have equipment that would pick up the light. So it would be a transistor and a microcomputer, depending upon which type of chip that it is. There are several types. If it's just a tracker, that's no big deal. But I don't think you find a spark gap in there. Let me know if you do. Okay.
Well, the guy who told me, he has a degree in electronics engineering, but he hasn't practiced in about 10 years.
Yeah.
So he could be off. But
Yeah.
if you look at the reports on how a nonlinear junction detector works, or a
Yeah.
harmonic radar, for example, basically what they do is they pick up the harmonic on whatever type of device it is, whatever chip it is. So that's what I got from. If you go to my site, I talk a lot about this. And I have a PDF on these guys that make a harmonic radar, which is basically a nonlinear junction detector using software-defined radio.
Well, a nonlinear junction just means it's spread and it's not straight ahead, basically.
Okay. Well, maybe we can get you, in a tech call with us, and we can try to clarify and.
Sure, I'd love that.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great. But that's one project is the nonlinear junction detector. So we got Jeremy working on that, and we have Craig working on a trilateration project. And what trilateration is we're taking a GPS module, and we're taking a software-defined radio, and whatever signal that you put in gets logged into a database or like a JSON file. So we're recording latitude and longitude and the frequency and the power of the frequency.
Good.
So what you do is you drive around in like your car or whatever while this Python application is running, and you create this database of data, and you run it through GQIS3, which creates a heat map of whatever that signal is. So
okay, that sounds great.
Yeah, that's called trilateration.
Yeah, you should send me an email with some more information on that.
Okay. So you're familiar with Tesla's work? So
yes, very familiar.
So you know John Hutchinson?
What Hutchison? I'm not familiar with the name. Is he the one that was working with Star?
What's that?
Hutchison, he had an experiment?
Oh, he's the one that worked on the Star Wars program, which we believe is what's attacking us in the Reagan era. So he basically followed all of Tesla's work, and he's one of the head scientists for directed energy weapons. He's got a bunch of videos on YouTube.
I suggest that you grab Richard Lighthouse's website that he uses to locate satellites. So, and you can see if they're off axis at all or whether they're straight up rather.
Yeah, I have apps that do that I can run. I downloaded off GitHub that showed all the satellites. But
yeah, the only problem I find with apps, the apps are using the sensor for your compass. So they're using that one particular sensor that your iPhone or whatever you're using.
The accelerometer or gyro.
Yeah, I think it's a straight up accelerometer, if you want.
Yeah.
Hey, Frank, you know how?
How about a magnetic sensor?
So I don't have your email, Frank. Is it on your website?
Yeah, it's frank@targetedmassachusetts.org.
Okay, great.
Go ahead, E.
Yeah, thanks. They're really beating me up tonight.
Oh, geez, E, I hate to see that.
I had when you mentioned Richard Lighthouse's book, then they started making me like I had my glasses on and glasses over that. And then, I'm going to blink you a million times, whatever. I mean, it's almost as if, it's someone really sophisticated, and really, this is Friday. I'm just trying to think, you know, just, you know, it's sexual harassment, and it is, you know, it's physical attack, and, you know, the community, I hope we can take care of this. I mean, I don't just say that when I'm the one, you know, when I'm getting it.
Yeah, I know. But here's what I want you to do. Why don't you hop in the shower for about 40 minutes or 45 minutes? Just stay in there. And then, you know, when it all drains, whatever drains, if there's enough water, lay in the tub for a while, because that's what you need.
Okay. Okay, I'll do that. I'll keep
To calm yourself down, drink plenty of water. Bring like 2 or 3 glasses of water with you.
You know, then what you should do is put on some hip hop and dance around your living room for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Absolutely throw them off course. Nice and calm, so you can start singing and dancing now.
Hey,
you know, you gotta be proactive. You cannot.
I've done that. I guess as long as I get away from the stereo, you know, that's on, you know, as long as I get
turn on the radio, or if you have a computer, I like What Is Love. It's a 10-hour version, and sometimes I will leave it on and I go out, and I know it drives them crazy, but it's the one with Jim Carrey. It is so, you just have to move with it. What is love?
So where's that map thing? I'm at Targeted Justice right now.
If you have Epsom salt, put that in your bath.
Yeah. Okay, I'll try that. I mean, I've done that, you know. Yeah, I can do that. But I think that other idea was good. The only thing is for 40 minutes, my hot water is going to run out. But, you know, keep it going for as long as I can.
You don't have to do it for 30 minutes. It's not good for the skin, you know, so get out when it starts to prune up. And then put a ton of moisturizer on and start dancing. And then start cooking and throwing pasta in the air. Just throw them off.
Yeah.
Take control as best as you can when they start getting perverse like that.
The other person in the household is really, he likes, you know, he's very, very, you know, and it's not going to change. You know.
And use your headphones.
Yeah. I mean, they you know, they kind of, what would you say? They scam in on him too, you know, but, you know, it's like nothing like they do me. So anyway, all right, thanks guys. I will, gentlemen and ladies, I will start the show for myself. Yes, I run my show. You know, it sounds like
and when you cook, be sure to yell out the recipe.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
To make sure that they're well fed, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. And somebody have a cure for when they are able to push air out of, I'm not going to say it, but below the waist and in the back.
Yeah, they do it all the time to everybody. Just let it go and say, wow, do it again, Joe. And they won't do it again. Trust me. The minute you start taking control, they'll stop.
Yeah.
We're just going all out. It's coming to the end of the road for everything.
Yeah. It just means, I don't know what kind of access it means they have or they're trying to get, but, you know, it means we've got to get with doing something else. Okay, guys. All right.
Thankful. Were you blowing your nose or what?
Just curious.
Hey, Don.
Hey, man. I just got back to the house. I wasn't thinking, and I accidentally closed my flip phone.
Yeah.
And hung up on all of y'all.
Oh, that's all right. As long as you're back now.
I'm here.
You know, Frank, last night the other night I left the call, and to come back it said that you had locked the room and nobody could get in,
That's
and I'd have to wait.
That's
Let me
Marcus.
just.
That's
Okay.
Marcus.
Well, whatever. Then I went to call in, and I get a canned voicemail. So they have blocked your call from my phone.
Oh.
Don't ask me how.
Okay.
Stephen Shellen and I used to talk, and now I can't call him because I get that same. It says something like your prepaid phone bill is paid up. Go check your bill this month.
I have to say one thing. Marcus is impersonating Brian too. So that is not, you're going to see Liverpool Law down there. That is Marcus or Ryan. Okay? So it wasn't Brian too, and it wasn't Seta that said the racial slurs the other night either.
Frank,
So
do you document this stuff whenever it's happening?
yeah, I've got it documented.
What's the matter with Marcus? What he's being a jerk.
He's like dialing into a call 50 times. This call, not dialing. He comes in with his computer, and he comes in like 50 times, and somebody's paying him, and that would be Ryan, or either that or it's Ryan that's coming in. But you know, I go to meetings working right now and putting together the IP addresses, and they're in trouble. So they're also impersonating. U.S. mail is considered the same as snail mail now. They just impersonated somebody in an email, so they're in trouble. They must like trouble, I guess.
Construed as obstructing the mail now.
Okay, here's one called Frank Fag. Now listen, Frank Fag, let me clue you into something, all right? GoToMeeting has your IP, Marcus Orion, and we know that Liverpool Law wasn't Brian too. So who do you think Frank Fag is? Well, it isn't me.
Yeah, ask him if he's the Sydney Squid too, and ask him if he's the one who's that I'm Squid Girl. You know, ask him if he's Sydney Squid.
No, when you go and walk your dog, you bring your little scooper in the bag. Well, this turkey is what you put in there.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
Now I have to lock the room.
When did all this happen?
This has been happening over the past month. So I finally
You're talking about
Marcus.
You're talking about Ryan that does a late night call and Marcus that.
Right, exactly. Ryan is either paying him to do it or Ryan is doing it and using Marcus's name. But GoToMeeting will let me know Monday morning.
Good.
You're talking about Ryan from
Yeah.
OSI? Why would he do that?
He's a little crook, that's why.
That's the one that gave Connie a hard time, right?
That's correct.
I didn't know all this. I haven't been coming on to the calls in a long time, so.
Well,
I thought that guy was legit because his cousin Huggy Bear is always coming up with all this information and facts of with a little bit of evidence about how the technology and all these different types of machines and stuff. You know, I thought he was.
Huggy Bear is his cousin?
I guess, from what I understand.
From the
chat,
chat,
someone comes up with.
these guys, you know, can get into a nice, federal prison, or not a nice one.
Well, they don't realize what they're playing with here. They've just impersonated another individual. I've got that. Along with the IP. They've just impersonated someone else, and they have just made up a name. They said Frank Fag. So, that's cool. You know, if they want to pull that.
Well, all they have to do is use a proxy, and you'll never know who did it.
Well, we'll see if they're smart enough to do that, because GoToMeeting is pretty smart. They're one of the first called.
Anybody that's frustrated because they don't understand triangulation, but they do understand multiple masturbation, what can you expect from them?
Yeah. Well, I guess his call is failing, Ryan's call. So he's trying to take down as many of the other calls as he can, or mess them up.
You know, he talks about stuff that should be kept in a bar, not on these calls. These calls to people that are having problems and issues, mentally being disturbed by some frequency, trying to get them to think something that's not reality. You know, we're being harassed in so many different ways, and yeah, it's nice to talk and joke around, but
he's going federal now because the FCC is involved now, from what I understand. And this is a big thing now.
Oh, I'm sorry that I got it.
This is a private. This call is private as soon as everyone is in here. The only time it is public is when somebody is walking through the door. I know that's hard to understand, but that's what they told me at GoToMeeting. So
I understand that. It's just like if you took a picture of anybody, you're allowed to do it in public.
Right.
But if that person's standing on their property or their house, you can't.
Yeah.
Not unless there's a crime being committed. So,
Say, Frank, how would I go about getting finding the terms of service on here?
Yeah.
Maternity service.
I'm sorry, the terms and service, or terms of service.
And service. Okay.
Yeah.
I think say you've been busy again, huh?
Just do hey Frank, you know how to do a trace route? Hello, Frank?
GoToMeeting's doing it. Why?
Oh, because before he gets, loses his IP address, do a trace route and figure out exactly what town he's in.
Okay.
Who was laughing?
You can. I don't know.
Yeah.
Hey, was anybody on Sunday night's call? Last Sunday night? On this call?
Last Sunday night? No.
The only reason why I was asking is because around, I guess, 9:50 to 10 o'clock, some man came on saying that he was military and he wouldn't give out his name because, I guess he's being stalked and harassed. Like, we all understand that. And so he went with this an alias name of Joe.
Yeah.
And this guy's talking about aliens and demons, and he also was talking about some type of rock that's sin to have, and it brings bad bad vibes, I guess, or whatever you want to call it, bad spirits. And he kept going on and on with it, and I was surprised that nobody wanted to interrupt and tell them that we do not talk about this type of things of UFOs or anything like that on these calls because it has nothing to do with what's going on with us. Do you guys remember that person?
I've heard him on here before, I think, but everybody knows pretty much now that we're pretty much straight-laced. We want to talk about targeting, and we want to stay within the parameters that we know.
Exactly. Reality of what's going on. And
yeah.
If you try to say that, well, all this information that the UFOs and military has points to this technology, and it's like, dude, you have not researched that much information then, because if you go to these universities and you open up, there's actual books, not website information, books that scientists and professors and doctors and also neuroscientists and electronic engineers that was researching other things back in the 40s, 50s, and 60s, and they actually started to discover all this other stuff of mind control, using chips inside implants and all that stuff, and also without implants and using frequencies in our heads and hooking up into our nervous system and our neuron systems, and also like an MRI does. it maps out your brain, you know?
Okay.
And nobody wanted to sit there and stop that, man. And I'm just like, we're sitting out here passing out flyers, putting up posters, putting up signs. And when people come on the website and they come and find these phone numbers and come on these calls and they decide just to listen, when they hear that, what do you think is going to happen to what we're doing? They're going to write us off as what? We all know what they're going to say.
Yeah.
For mental cases or for UFO fanatics, it's just one of those fun organizations. Why are they so against the government? You know? Why are they this? Why are they that? And it's like, dude, you guys misunderstand something. No, we're not misunderstanding. You guys are sitting there talking about this home, but yet you're putting up all these signs trying to act like this is a serious thing. I don't think it's real. And it's like, wow, there goes our support from a few people that could have went from one person to 10 to 50 people that could have took our side. The reason why I'm bringing this up is because I'm here in Orange County and I've been passing out flyers and talking to people. They know about the signs in LA, okay, that Ella put up. And a few of them decided to call and to see what was going on Sunday night because, you know, it's the holidays coming up and stuff. We got Thanksgiving. This is right before Thanksgiving. And they heard all that. One of them contacted me and we had a 1-hour talk. And they were like, are you guys just trying to like scam people? Or are you guys are UFO fanatics or organizations? What's going on here? Because I read all these true facts with a little bit of evidence, but then I find these patent numbers. And so I research those patent numbers and come to find out the facts that you two guys have on these websites are true. And the statements that come from all you good TIs that are out there being harassed, you wrote your statement, you know, and they could sit there and listen, and none of it has anything about UFO. It's just explaining about the technology and how it's being used on you and how you try to resolve this problem by doing the proper steps and going to different authorities, different public, your city council, all that stuff. You know the different steps you took, hired lawyers, and we still got written off, but we don't get an answer back. These people are reading all this stuff, and they find the patent, they start believing it, and they want to support us. But when they hear something like that on Neil's call, and then Neil, a moderator, explaining that this is an outer being type of technology, what do you think it's going to do to all your hard work? We're already being written off as mental patients. We're already being written off that we have mental illness or something wrong with us. You know, they're already the government, certain government in certain states. If you can mention or pass out these flyers or even talk about this out in public, they'll come and get you and take you to a mental institution.
Very good point.
Hard. So please, I know that we're being harassed and it's sometimes scary to speak up against certain things, but the ones that do, we need to put it into that kind of talk. We cannot talk about UFOs. We can't talk about UFOs. We can't talk about aliens. We can't talk about any of that stuff. We need to go, hey, you guys, this is not about that. If you want to talk about UFOs, please, there's a UFO organization that you can go and talk about all you want. Keep that over there with them. That's all I wanted to just say. You know, you guys have been doing a good job this year. This year's almost over, and we got a lot done. We have so many signs that's really getting people's attention. If you think it's not, you're going to be in shock from what it will do, because Frank's got a great website with true, simple, black and white facts and evidence. Ella has the same thing. Derek has the same thing. You know, and then we have all these moderators and all you TIs are helping each other, looking for all the information and correcting and making each other understand, because you know what the frequency does to your head. It mentally manipulates emotionally and reprograms us to start thinking. They try to convince that the color red is orange, or they're trying to convince us that water is a rock. You know, you guys know what I mean. When you go to the store and you're trying to buy something, what do they do to us? They make us think more than what we need to. Then you got somebody that comes across us and make you think that he's a stalker, and it's not really a stalker. It's just somebody that's walking by. The stalker's probably in the other aisle waiting on you.
You're exactly right about all that.
No, we don't. If we didn't find each other and we didn't put all of our efforts in front of what we've done this year on the past years, we still be lost in our own head and confused because of each other, because of Frank, because of Derek, because of everybody else, all you other TIs. We've helped each other get our minds back together and grab a grip of reality, and we need that. This UFO stuff, we need to stop. Please talk to Neil. Go, Neil, dude, you have so much good information, but all this other stuff you're going to have to put aside, dude, because all this hard work we're doing right now is going to work. It's going to work. There's a lot of cops that are against this thing. There's a lot of you have talked to cops and they have changed, and there's a lot of you that and some of the cops haven't done shit and they laugh at you and some of them write you off. But you know what? If we can get 2 or 3 cities of cops to sit there and really talk and sit down and believe us, what do you think they can do with the other cops? Cops support each other, and you know that. I don't know, you know, why that even happened. Besides, hey, he's probably a perp, and he knows we got these frequencies on us, and they probably put a certain type of frequency. So when he talked about UFOs, it made us think about it, to program us, to put us to think in that way. I can't even speak anymore. But you know, hey, thanks for listening. You know, and you guys are doing a great job. My prayer
I totally
goes
agree with you, man. That's why on my website I have no BS. I just straight up facts, and I try to debunk all BS that I can. That stuff pisses me off too, dude.
Yeah, because if you go to the libraries, I know you guys are like, hey, there's a lot of persons. Ignore them. There's so many books, real hard facts of actual, all those information that Frank has on his website, Derek has on his website, and Ella has on his website, all those information about these different scientists and doctors is in books, actual books. You will find them. Just get the names like A.W. Fried or Fred or whatever his name is. Go there and talk to one of the student librarians, and you'll be surprised. They'll take you, and you're going to find like 6 different rows of probably a little over 200 books. When you find those, you're going to go, wow. Then you'll know what's real on the website, and you're going to know what's not real on the website. That's the truth. And you're going to understand this technology a lot better. Way better. You know? Because we don't need people coming in and trying to twist their lives around. We don't need uninsurance. We need insurance, and that's what we're all about, of helping each other, coming on these calls. And then after we get off these calls, we're unsure about calling each other. We don't know if we're going to be calling a perp or not. You don't know if this is a TI or not. But when you start talking to each other, we learn more about each other.
Hey, Johnny, there's a gentleman that would like your phone number. He's a real good guy, and I need it too because I lost all my contacts. I probably have your number, but I don't have your name in front of it.
Is your website? I'll send it on your website.
Okay, will do.
Send it on your website. I'll just put Johnny Ramos on it. Hey, I've been doing a lot of research. I've been going because school started, and I've been going to a lot of schools to see how far what the technology and where it's going. You guys are going to be in shock on what you can find. They actually got classes and students actually trying to make these type of machines. The difference is they're in the beginning of learning about synthetic telepathy, electronic equipment that we all been experiencing know. What the scientists and the government already has is way ahead of what you're going to find, but still at least you'll find the basics of it. They have these machines in their schools. Students do them for a semester project for a grade. You know, and some of them keep wanting going on with it because it's a new discovery to them. Go check it out. If you got other TIs that are in your neighborhood, get together and go down there. Just don't go with like 30 people. Go with like 2 or 3. You know, don't explain anything about being a TI. Just going in, just going, hey, just, you know, they're watching all these videos and understanding the technology is taking a turn in this and these things. I was wondering if you guys had any information in your library. I would like to read about it. But yeah, hey, you know, everybody that's been doing their thing, thank you for all your support and all the you know, you're doing your best to trying to find all the information and get the right facts and making sure that you stay in the reality of everything, because that guy, what he did that night, I was just like, I can't believe I'm not stopping this dude. And I know a lot of us just don't want the harassment, because I did say something. I asked him, I go, can you please stop? I go, you need to stop talking about this. You know, and they're like, well, hey, I was having a one-on-one conversation with this man, and you interrupted us. I go, no, because you're sitting there talking about something that has nothing to do with us. UFO organizations over there. Go over there. Area 52 or 51 is in Arizona, and there's over 2,000 organizations over there. Go to them and keep it away from us. You know? We don't need none of that. This isn't alien technology. This is man-made technology, just like a car was made, just like your microwave or your house, all this stuff that we have in this world. Go to the library and you'll find it.
Well, there's actually something to it, though. Stephen Greer, he's like a big alien guy. He talks about basically the government having these fake abduction squads where they act like they're aliens.
Hold it up. We don't talk about that on here. We don't even go into it.
Okay. Yeah, well, I'm saying that the government has...
I don't care what they have.
Okay. I know. I'm not saying I believe in aliens. I don't. I'm saying that...
All right.
Yeah.
I know, but don't even talk about it anymore.
We don't want it.
Let's talk about synthetic telepathy. Let's talk about the government or what type of regulations. We just had an election.
It took us years to get rid of that. Didn't it?
Talk about that, what they can and can't do.
It took years to get rid of that. The alien abduction thing and all that bullshit, which is what it is to me. We try to distance ourselves from that as much as we can. And just... Hi, Lonnie.
I'm sorry. You said earlier that this is different. You said that you're a sound engineer.
Yes, I am.
Okay, that's interesting, because every time I ask if anybody's doing research on sound weapons or acoustics, and I get, no, we're not. We're working on something else. But that was the very first kind of targeting I got back in 2003. They've done it intermittently ever since. I'm sitting here on the Olympic Peninsula where the Navy is everywhere, and that's what they do. So I just wondered, is anybody working on that as possible?
Yes, actually, I've completed a device that is made up of piezoelectric discs to record V2K, and it is actually a band that goes around your head, and it has 6 piezoelectric discs all hooked up with Belden cable, and oh God, stepping all over my head.
It works?
It's a band that goes around your head. 2 of them are directly over your ears, and it picks up when your eyes blink. So that's something. I just did a recording a while back, and we have to play it back, see what it sounds like.
Wonderful.
Dave Case is working on sound devices also, and has some in the making that might be very helpful, but he's not talking about it very much, and I can't blame him.
Yeah.
For whoever the gentleman was that said you can't film or record on public or private property, you can record anything that you can see from public property, wherever that may be, and that's in the Constitution.
That's right. That's absolutely right.
Well, it depends on what state. California, you're not allowed to record anyone without their permission.
They can try to make rules for you. That's not the law.
It's actually a felony in California.
Yeah, that's like wiretapping. But if they're out in public and you're recording or videotaping or anything like that, nobody can do anything about it. If they take a picture of you standing there, they can't do anything about it, because I went to Malibu and I was hanging out down there because it's like the end of all the city, and there's an open area between Malibu and Ventura with hardly any type of electrical whatever frequencies and stuff like that. And I get some relief out there when I go out there. And about 4 a.m, they just woke me up, with all these crazy thoughts, and I had this imagination trying to make me think that that's reality when I woke up into it. And I just kind of shook it off, and I drove down to it's right down the street from Pepperdine off of PCH and Malibu Pier. There's a Ralph and a Starbucks, and I went there, and there's this man that was sitting out there, and then there was the same other man in the parking lot with this van that I seen in Newport, and then I seen in another spot down in Sunset. And at first it didn't come to my mind, and I took a step back and I go, oh shit, that's that van. But this time it's a different dude. And then I looked over and I go, that one dude. I go, you know what? Bet you anything that's a perp or an operator. So I pulled out my camera and I made sure they saw it. And I took pictures of them. And then one of them, the one that was acting like a homeless person, he went from being a 5150 to normal. And he walks up to me and goes, who are you to take a picture of me? I go, I'm on public property, dude.
Where were you? Say it again.
Then on Ralph's parking lot, right by Starbucks, because I was going to get something to eat from Starbucks.
Right.
Malibu, right by Pepperdine and where the Malibu Pier is.
Starbucks can be a private property.
Yeah, that's right. You got to be careful about where your public property access is. Right.
Now, in court, I guarantee you, in every court, at least the ones I've been in, all are rigged with cameras and microphones everywhere.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. This happened again in Sunset. Sunset's a very high upper class neighborhood on the beach, and there's rules and regulations.
There's no doubt about that.
And I took a picture of some guy, and the guy took a picture of me. It was funny because I didn't know that his car got broken into. But here's the thing. I told him, would you please call the cops? And he goes, oh, sure, no problem. And he called the cops. And he had a hard time talking to the cops. And I go, why is this guy sitting there struggling for? And I'm thinking, maybe he's being hit by a frequency, and the perps are trying to manipulate me to think that he's a perp or a stalker or an operator. And he's probably just an innocent bystander. I'm just going, I don't want to jump to conclusions then. So I got on the phone of his phone, and I talked to the Huntington Police Department, and they came out. And by the time when they came out, he disappeared. And the cop was puzzled because I never had anybody call the cops from this neighborhood and all of a sudden disappear because there has been some beating going on. And I go, yeah, I know. And they go, well, the cop knew who I was because I was born and raised around here.
Well, just understand also that the police don't know the law. Okay, they don't know the law as the law reads. They know what they know of the law to do their job, and their job is.
But I asked him, I go, is there anything illegal what we've done in public property? He goes, well, here's the thing. He goes, if you're in public property, doesn't matter if you're in a shopping center or on the sidewalk, on the street, or anywhere. Anybody here in California, anywhere in California, you can take a picture of anybody. But if they're on their private property and you're walking by on the sidewalk or driving by in your car, you cannot take a picture of that person unless there's a crime being committed. That's here in California.
If somebody, a private person or a citizen or whatever, does not want to be, photographed or whatever, they will have to express that. Otherwise, it can be argued as editorial, and editorial is legal everywhere. But as far as it being,
you're right. But if you're not doing
Well, you
anything
don't.
with
Well, you don't let the cops make up the law.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
the law is the Constitution. And
Right.
if they don't know the Constitution and if they don't know the law, and they tell you that you're wrong, you need to have them bring out a supervisor or someone that does know the law, and you can actually put the paper in your pocket from the Constitution. You document it, stick the document in your pocket, and you offer it to the police. If they do not accept it, again, call their supervisor, because the Constitution overrides every state law.
Right. And cops, like I said, they do know very, very little criminal justice law. You know, very little.
They make up their own. They do whatever suits or fits them at the time. The Constitution says it's legal to film anything you can see from a public accessed area. That's the sidewalk, driveway, your car, or anywhere else. If they say, well, you're breaking the law, say, well, take me in. Am I being detained? What am I being charged with? Let them carry you on in, and then when you get done, sue them for a couple $100,000 and turn around and do it again the next week.
You know, knowing what a cop or knowing what people are legally able to do and not do doesn't mean that they're not going to do it anyway. But you got to know your rights. So you can be able to assert them and stand up for them. Otherwise, they'll be taken away from you.
Well, if you're going to let them walk up to you and say it's illegal to scratch your butt in a public place and that it's a felony, well, make them charge you with it. Don't stand there and believe it.
I don't know. Here in California, I don't have a problem with all the cops. I have a problem with certain individuals. So, you know, I'm not going to say they're all bad and they're all good. But
Oh yeah, I agree
when
100%.
I talk to, I get along with, and a lot of them that understand the situation I'm in, they treated me with respect. They never went beyond that. You know, like one of them is I'm friends with because he served, and he told me, "You break the law, Johnny, and we have to do your job." That's all I got to say. We understand that you're being harassed and it's annoying, and these fucking stalkers come around you and fucking fuck with you, knowing that they know the law. Call the cops and let us come out and get a good look at this person. And you know what? Every time now a stalker comes around me and they give me shit, and they don't touch me or anything, but they do walk by and do their fucking little thing that annoys the shit out of you. And I know you guys experience that. You're like, fuck, I want to knock this guy's head off. You know, fuck, dude, you already fucked up my family, you fucked up somebody else's family, and you're doing this to me now? It's like, but the cop says, hey, you call us, we'll come out and take a picture. He goes, I guarantee they're going to take off, because if they're sitting there saying that you work for the FBI, well, we work for the security company, well, we work for
What was you about to say, Richard?
Well, if it's legal for the cops to take pictures of them, it's legal for you to take pictures of them too.
Right.
Well,
That's right. They're public servants.
The best thing to do to get rid of all street theater is wear body cams. I wear them everywhere, even work, everywhere. It gets rid of it.
Second that. I second that.
But you would be doing that illegally, right?
I don't care, because I don't let them know that I have hidden cameras. I don't let them know I have a camera.
Yeah, it's legal.
It's not illegal, Josh.
It's not illegal.
It's not illegal,
Well,
Josh.
I'm in Michigan now.
Go on YouTube. Go on YouTube, okay, and look up amendment audit. Audit.
That's as much.
And you look at some of those. You look at some of those videos, and if you don't come up with how to deal with the law, not knowing the law, or making up their own law.
Unmuted.
And what in the world?
It's legal for them to lie to you. It's illegal for you to lie to them.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's how I got rid of the street theater's cameras. So it worked for me pretty good. I have a wrist camera, I have glasses, and they have button cameras too. And once they know that you have cameras, they're going to quit the street theater, and it's all going to be remote.
That's exactly why you take one with you, and that's exactly why when the cop says it's illegal, you teach them why it is illegal.
Even
why
in my car,
legal. I'm sorry.
Even in my car, I have a camera. Around my house, I have full surveillance with battery backup, and that gets rid of most of it.
Amendment audit.
They hate being surveilled.
Check it out. Amendment audit. Check it out.
Oh, by the way, Richard, I watched those. I took your advice and went to those videos you were telling me about. Very interesting.
Yeah. Well, it's legal and it's true, and it's the laws that they're using against. Somebody's perping the call.
Well, Frank said he's gone right now, so he said be right back.
I'm back. What's going
on? Somebody was perping and muting the calls, and I got muted and making a lot of noise.
Okay. All right. Well, let me open the door and see what comes in. They're going to wish they didn't come Monday, I'll tell you. We'll see.
Well, hey, Frank, trace route them, and there's a cool website, Visual Route, because if they're using a proxy or whatever, you want to be able to find them. So
I think the FCC knows how to find them,
yeah.
Especially with Frank having all the information.
Well, it depends on if the proxy has log files or not.
Yeah, they do.
Some of them, not if it's like private. I know there's some VPN services out there like ExpressVPN.
Yeah.
They do not store logs on purpose.
Oh, because they don't want to deal with it.
Well, it's basically a service made for like whistleblowers and privacy and stuff like that. So they don't want the government having access to logs.
I see.
Yeah. But hey, Frank, some other stuff that we're doing is we're making sweep software for software-defined radio.
Okay,
and,
good.
Some other triangulation techniques. I have a list of like 10 things. I would love to like go over with you and pick your brain because you seem like you're technical. So I like that. And honestly, this call seems a lot better so far than the other calls. Seems like the other calls just get perped big time, man. It's so annoying. I get down there and start talking, and all of a sudden, it's like I have someone, talking over me with some BS for like an hour. They just change the direction instantly.
Well, we've decided here that it's going to be an unmuted call, and everybody, we're all adults, and we don't have any trouble. So we don't have to mute anybody. It's better that way.
Josh, while I'm thinking about it, there's been a couple of times there that, and Frank just said we're all adults and we all try to act like adults. That's what makes the call work. But there's been several occasions where you've been a little loud and a little rude, and I just want to bring it to your attention that we don't do that on the calls.
Tonight?
No, not tonight. No. You were talking about some of these. You were talking about
and attacked what I was saying.
Well, no, actually, what happened was I was sitting there, and it was on Frank's call about a week ago. 3 different times I started up and said something about sharing some stuff with somebody, and I spoke about it a little bit before I got to the link, and you stepped in and said, "Oh no, that's disinformation. You shouldn't be giving disinformation." And I was sitting there with the link to the information, and well,
Oh yeah. Well, this is my first time on Frank's call.
Yeah, well, you're totally welcome here, and it's a real soft call. Nobody yells at anybody, and every once in a while there'll be some kind of argument, and nobody really gets too upset about it. But we try to. Linda knows. Linda's still here. Yeah, she's here.
What do I know?
Oh, that we usually run a soft call, and we don't have any BS on here. Usually, we try to stay on the mark if we can.
Yeah.
Calm and relax.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we do. Okay, I don't see.
Actually, I remember that was Derek's call. I said that was disinformation, and you got mad at me.
Yeah.
Well, instead of chuckling and laughing, maybe you'd like to apologize, because I sat there with the link to share. So if the link's disinformation, which it can't be because I investigated it beforehand, you shouldn't be hollering out at people that it's disinformation when you don't know yourself.
Yeah, I'm not trying to argue with anyone, so I'm just. Oh.
Yeah, I hear both of you guys, and that's cool that you guys work this out. But we all got to keep in mind the way they use these frequencies on us. Sometimes they get the best of one of us, and then they try to take us and get our minds to think a certain way where we start saying things, because it has happened to me. And
it's not about this. This is not about frequencies. This is about being an adult and being polite, and that's it. I know what they do, but what he did had nothing to do with a frequency. He stepped on what somebody was trying to say, and when you do that, it's rude and it's immature. Okay.
It is important to be as accurate as we can on these things. I just want to say, I'm not trying to start any fires, man.
Okay, let's move on to something else. It's
let's do. I apologize to you other people.
12:30 in Massachusetts, and
how's Thanksgiving?
Talk about
not bad.
I still don't know what the Freedom Ranch thing is all about.
Oh yeah, that Freedom Ranch thing went down pretty quick.
What was it? I had no idea anything about it the other day, or yesterday was the first time I heard you say anything about it.
A bunch of people sent us email, and I got about 30 texts all of a sudden over a half-hour period, all about the same thing. I'm used to getting a lot of text and a lot of email, but this time it was about that some dude from Hawaii or something, I don't know. But that's all I'm going to say. It's all water under the bridge now.
Maybe some of the drama that's starting up is because of the, holiday season. It's at the end of the year. They know that some of us, our families don't talk to each other, and some of us were still trying to keep the families together. Some of us are still single and just trying to make the best of what we have. I think maybe that's what's going on, why all this other drama is coming up again.
Yeah.
It is a very emotional time of the year for a lot of people.
Yeah, we just had a full moon.
Besides that, yeah. Is that Johnny? You sound like
Johnny's back. You believe it?
Is that Johnny?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Johnny, this is Linda. How you doing, hon?
I'm doing all right. I've just been attacked a lot more because they don't like me passing out flyers and talking to people, and I got one of the city of San Clemente understanding this, but I'm not going to convince them. But you know, now that I come around and some of the guys that never talk to me now, and they bring up subjects about these equipments and stuff, and they believe about these equipment because it's all over the websites, and a lot of school students are studying about this and researching this. You know, there's been a lot of positive that's been going on. I just got back like about, I don't know, a few hours ago. I'm back here in Huntington Beach. I'm out in the field right now because they won't leave me alone.
They won't?
No, my left side of my head hurts, and then my jaw on my like between my jawbone, my jaw joint, and my left eye.
I hate
feel
that.
tension right there. You know.
I hate that.
Oh yeah. That's why my voice is all shaky.
They like to hit my jaw like in the middle of the night, and the pain is excruciating. So every night before I go to bed, I take 2, not aspirin, another pain reliever, just in the hopes that they don't do it. When I take one, they don't hit me. They can't get to my jaw. But boy, that's painful.
Yeah, it is. And I've been sleeping. I found a hill that I can go up where there's very little houses up at the end of San Clemente. And that's helped out a lot, being up there. Yeah. It's probably maybe about 600 feet elevation. Not that high up, but it's weird. It's just a whole different feeling that I feel inside of my body and head. And then I've been going out.
Yeah, go ahead.
And then I've been going out to Yuma at the end of LA, in Malibu, where all the fires been going on in the past week.
Yeah.
I've been going out there and finding some relief along the beach right there.
Huh.
Yeah, but that drive is a pain. It's like I'll drive probably from here to Palos Verdes, which is about 15 miles, and then start doing that sleeping thing where I'm falling asleep and I can't stay awake. So I have to stop and pull over. As soon as I pull over and trying to get a little shut-eye, they'll pat me. I get this tingling, sensational feeling, and this awful feeling, and also the staticky feeling in my head. And then they'll do this burn off and on, and this stinging off and on, keep me awake. You know.
They don't give up, do they?
No, but you know, I just keep going. It might take me a few hours to get there, but I'll get there. You know, and on the way I pass out flyers.
Good to hear you again. It's good to hear your laugh too. You've got a great laugh.
Yeah, it sure is.
I don't know what to make of. Like I told you before, I just don't know what to make of this anymore. Besides laugh, it's like you get tired of sick and tired. You know, you get tired of being in the negative because they're annoying you.
And that's where they want you, boy. You know?
Oh, yeah.
That's why we got to laugh.
They live to annoy.
Yes. Can you imagine? I mean, I just can't imagine. That's their goal in life. That's the upshot of their lives, living to annoy.
Yeah.
You
love doing that.
Hey, Frank, I got a question. Is
Sure.
this call, you don't post this online anywhere, do you, the recording or anything?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, just curious.
Just go to the website and go to that, that one page, right? The caller website, and then you type in this number, and they'll show all the recordings. Which is good. It's weird though listening to these calls. When you listen to the calls.
Oh, I have to run them down to make sure that there's funny crap going on in there or something.
Oh yeah, but it's good because you learn things that sometimes you miss, or you're not too sure if it was correct what that person said.
Yeah,
But then when
exactly. Yeah.
listen to it, you're like, oh shoot, now I get it. I understand where this person's coming from. You know, that's what I was saying earlier, man. And all this information that we have from all of us that live in different parts of the state and different parts of the world that we gather, you know, that we gather this information and then we talk about it. It helps.
Yeah. Do you have any more info from the universities?
It's just what you're finding online is what you see.
Yeah.
You know,
okay.
It's funny, the technology that's being used on us, they're like 10 to 15 years to 20 years ahead.
Yeah.
And they're just discovering it. Isn't that crazy? So when somebody new comes along, or somebody comes along that has an education or no education, and you talk to them about this and they start understanding, then they find the patent numbers and they're investigating all this. They can't believe the technology that you're explaining and all the testimonies, because when they find the evidence of all these people researching, it's the beginning part.
Yeah, they flip too. Some of them, they can't believe it. They go, look at that. Oh, that's not for real. No, this is a U.S. patent right here. And this is for voice to skull over here. And here's the inventor. And, you know, they just don't get it.
Oh, yeah. But then when you go to, like I said earlier, when you go to the universities, you'd be surprised on how many books there are from back in the 30s and 40s and 50s and 60s. There's so many books from different scientists and engineers.
That's what I can't understand, like how old this is. It's like it predates a lot of, I mean, like the computer in the first Mercury spacecraft. It equals like, I don't know, the slowest computer you can think of. I think it operated at 5 hertz or something like that.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, you know, a real slow thing. It was, it did its job, but it was very, very slow. You know, there was just nothing to it. I mean, it would take all day to add up 1 and 1.
So then you could take a chisel and a rock.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, just chisel it out over here for me. You know, like Fred Flintstone or something like that.
Yeah.
It's just so funny though. They have this technology that's as old as it is, and you
ever found out anything about the new the stealth bombers that are considered the U.S. spy planes that fly over, and how they have those electronic devices that can block out radars and frequencies.
They have cameras on the top and a screen on the bottom.
Yeah, but they also have that device where if you are scanning their airplane, that they can block that, so they're invisible in the sky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they have those inside the stealth bomber. If you go through the blueprints of that, if you go and look it up and you find the blueprints, you'll see what I'm talking about. I can't think of the name off the top of my head right now. I don't have my notes up.
That F-35 fighter is quite the plane, I guess.
Yeah.
You can be sitting in the pilot seat and you look at a target and say, destroy that target. 35 will maneuver and destroy the target without the pilot doing anything. So that's, oh yeah, it's got a V2K helmet. So that the plane and the man are one in terms of.
I read they were going to do that, but they have that.
That's perfected. Oh yeah, that's what the F-35 does. It can take on, as many simultaneous attacks as you want it to. If you say take out those 6 planes, one's a mile away, one's off to port, 2 or 3 of them off to starboard, it's not a problem. This thing just maneuvers and takes them all out.
But is it V2K or is it just automated? I mean, in other words, it doesn't.
No, it's his mind that's controlling it. He thinks destroy that plane, and The Air Force was the first one to grab a patent for this, and it was for the helmets, so that it first started out as a way to communicate without being heard. And now it's a way to meld the man and the plane together. So he actually tells the plane what to do with his mind. Pretty soon the plane will tell him what to do with its mind.
Yeah, I've read about that, but it wasn't, I know they're working on it, or they have it with soldiers too. Maybe they don't have.
Oh yeah, the super soldiers. They want a whole army. Like if one person sees the enemy, the whole army will know it, or the whole battalion.
And then how do they know they're not being deceived and someone else is in on their line and using a voice cloner or something?
Well, nobody's got your signature.
Well, but look at what can happen with military warfare, and
Yeah, we got to get past the denial stage. It's already here. AI's already here.
I mean, like if they were using that for defense or offensive situations, and the soldier who's only been doing this for 2 months, if someone, if someone hacks his hacks the route, and he hears the same, he gets command directions which are contrary to what he normally would get, and it seems like it has all the right codes and all the right stuff, and he goes ahead and does it, and then if he finds that he's being charged with going against his commanding officer, his duty, then he can just simply say he got all the code and everything to do it. But it could be, that'll happen. It might happen. It's a crazy world, But just a thought.
It sure is.
Yeah.
Getting crazier too. We were talking about earlier, I think you were probably here, the depopulation plans. They actually want 2/3 of the population gone. And some of the reasoning behind that is how much air do you breathe? And we're multiplying. 7.5 billion people now. We're all breathing out carbon dioxide and breathing in oxygen. And we've got cars that are taking in 750 cubic feet of air per second, using up the oxygen very efficiently nowadays, and sending an oxide, sulfur oxides out of the pipe. And we also have the Pacific Ocean that is not producing, the updraft in the Pacific Ocean is not producing what it used to. And then we have 5G and the other radio frequencies that actually destroy or splinter the water molecule. And conveniently enough, at 4.2 or 2.4 gigabytes, and that's just the frequency of water. So the water starts to, the nucleus of the water atom, actually of the oxygen atom, starts to spin, and it just destroys it. So there's no oxygen in it. So the cities, which should be 25, are now like 15. And if you go out in the country, it should be 35. Now, I don't know what numbers they're using. 35 parts per million, maybe?
Well, that could kill off the city easily. I mean, the residents of the city, that's warfare. I mean, that could.
Yeah, well,
Wow.
the countries are now 25 where they were 35.
Yeah. And that report that came out today, if I may say, the climate report, we know that things are moving faster than has been publicized, and they're coming out saying that now.
Anyways, what I was trying to get at
Right.
was the fact that this depopulation could be rooted around something very simple, oxygen, because it's being depleted. And I didn't think that I would see it in my lifetime, but I'm seeing the oxygen depleted. Not all the way, naturally, but these radio frequencies are destroying what you're using. And Rich, who was here, came up with, I think it was Rich, come up with hydrogen peroxide at 35%. And you start to drink that, it oxygenates your body. It's sort of like OxyClean for the human body, you know what I mean? But yeah, there's some serious stuff going on. And get this, Fox News admits government using lasers before the California fires.
My brother was a Marine and he worked with lasers, but he said that you couldn't be behind them at all. You had to wear like a radiation suit, and they're still very dangerous. And these were truck-mounted lasers.
How many kilowatts?
I have no idea. I haven't talked to him about it. I just remember about 15 years ago when he was in Desert Storm, he told me what his job was and what he was doing.
So they had lasers back in Desert Storm, the truck mounted?
Yep.
Okay. I know they had the ADS, but I didn't realize they had lasers.
I wish we could tell our state police, and they would believe us, that these things are, being illegally acquired and operated, by persons who seem to have knowledge of using them.
Yes.
And they put two and two together, and the government ought to be coming out and measuring and trying to help and all that kind of thing, because it's
well, see, the government's behind itself. I mean, part of the government's 40 years ahead, and the rest of the government's trailing by 40. And somewhere in the middle we are. So it's kind of a mess, because you've got the CIA and DARPA working 40 years ahead, and you've got DOD waiting for the Wright brothers plane, So it kind of doesn't work.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen that video, Neuroscience Bench to Battlefield?
It sounds very familiar. What's your first name?
Oh, this is Michael in East Texas.
Oh, hi, Mike.
Hi, Frank. Yeah, this guy is a DARPA researcher. Somebody was earlier speaking about in universities, it's at the point where it seems like they're trying to get acceptance into the population, into the culture, into academia, whatever. And so I think it was Dr. Horton brought this up with Romola when they were still together. And they brought up this Neuroscience Bench to Battlefield. And this guy's like Daddy Warbucks from DARPA. But he calls himself a neuroethicist, which is a total, that's like a contradiction of duty and imbalance of power. But he's long-winded, but over an hour and a half, he all but admits that the West will fall behind in Asia in the skyrocketing neural interface sciences unless we use big data on the population. And then look at China, and like ever since Tiananmen Square, just, you know, they have no rights, no privacy, and that's the new standard.
I saw a video clip. I had to grab it. It was on Facebook, and it was in China, and it was showing China's surveillance system. A car would be driving down the street. It'd have a little green tag on it. A little guy's walking across the street. He's got a green tag. Then another guy walks across the street from the other direction. He's got a red tag. And another guy's got a yellow tag, and the cars going the other way are all green tags. And then it'll show 2 green tags in one car. There wasn't anything moving on that street that wasn't tagged by surveillance.
It's so scary, yeah.
So
it's like facial recognition, emotion recognition. They have that trust system coming.
Yeah, it's scary because I think somewhere there is a little video clip like that of your neighborhood, you know, or your town.
Yeah, all of us have bad credit scores with the federal empire.
Yeah. It looks like civil war to me all across the face of the earth, because once the people get wind of this, I wouldn't want to be whoever was doing this. Would you?
I would not want to stand in the way of, you know, freedom.
325 million people coming at you? I don't think I like that. That's what we have
right now.
Right?
I think that's why they're putting
right now. Everybody's thinking to themselves, "I'm a U.S. citizen," and there's just an assumed level of freedom in that, and that's the people, even as they're looking at us as, you know, being odd or outside or socially inappropriate. You know, like in the 50s, sometimes it was rude to bring up something that was too deep. You know. We're the socially inappropriate, and they're U.S. citizens, and that's what, you know. You can't call water a rock, right? Like, why aren't we having civil rights movements right now? I don't exactly understand.
Because half the population is dumbed into their everyday living and striving for the dollar so they can have a better car than their next door neighbor, so they can have their steel belted radials. If you want to, that was taken from the movie 1984 or from the book by George Orwell. And everybody they get sucked into the money thing, to the power of gold, we'll call it. And then you reach a certain point in your life where, okay, all that sort of like fizzles out, and everybody is looking at reality, and they're saying to themselves, wow, this sucks. And I'm sorry for my language, but it does. And that's what we're finding out. This could be a Saturday Night Live skit here, but it's not funny.
Have you heard this other video on Google? It's actually a leaked video from internal Google, called The Selfish Ledger.
The Selfish Ledger? I haven't heard that one.
Yeah. It's an internal promo marketing claiming that they can steer public opinion.
Oh, they can, all right.
They say it's a joke, but they were showing it how, like, the app on your phone will just stack data on you, and that they'll be able to have people think more agreeable thoughts towards desired things, you know.
Yeah.
Which that's kind of what gets turned against us already. You know, we're walking around and the AI's like playing chess, like steering people against us. They don't know, like when they press the angry button on someone that's in our vicinity, they don't know how they're going to react like 100%, right? But they do have that button.
Yeah, I know they have the full range of emotions. they work best when you are very angry and when you are very sad. So those two areas there, they can really bite you good. Okay, here's Marcus again. Goodbye.
Tim Speaks in Dallas. He said to try using a tone generator and put it to 650 hertz.
Yeah, he was saying that.
Oh, you were the one that told me. That's right.
Yep.
Well, I tried going to sleep with it, and my usual V2K. I had a strange experience. It felt like it backfired, and like I went sort of like up inside the hive mind a little bit. I mean, I usually pray to God, like, I deserve to have my questions to myself without them being answered. And that's how bad my V2K is. But like, it was just awkward. I mean, it only happened one time, but I think there's other discussions somewhere when they're doing this to people. There's always a chance that you might look into the perp's mind, into the handler's mind, and that's what it seemed to do. It seemed to cut through some stuff. It was interesting, just a steady, solid frequency.
Well, I'd like to add to that if you control your own anger and you control your own sadness, which you can do. I've been testing that myself, and you can do it. And they don't have anything to measure if you don't comply and go along with their game. But also, to jump back a little bit, according to Russia, China, and the United States, it's Turkey that actually has the most powerful technology and army at this time.
Turkey? Really?
Turkey, yep.
Yeah, they're nasty fighters, I know that, but I thought Israel had the meanest army.
Well, they might. Israel has the meanest army.
Yeah.
But the technical things that Turkey has compared to what the rest have are just a cut above. They were showing some stuff on the video. I don't have the link to share with you right now, but the armies were testing and using some of their new stuff. And according to what I saw, you can't fire a missile on Turkey because they're just going to waste your missile.
Yeah. As far as mind control, I think Russia is ahead of us, from what I understand. And
I talked to tech people in Bulgaria.
Yeah.
And they talk like, hey, this mind control, it's nothing new. All you can do is try to be happy and, don't think anything too disagreeable with the Federal Empire.
Oh.
1980. Well, that leaves me out.
1984. Yeah, it's worth watching 1984 again, just to see how your viewpoints might have changed about that movie. Another movie you might want to watch that is really flippy is Zeitgeist, the movie.
Yeah.
And I think the last updated version is the one you want to watch. But that is a really flippy movie. It explains the World Trade Center. It explains the Federal Reserve. And there's a religious part in the beginning you can skip if you want, but, it's in 3 parts, all in the same video. But it's really make you sit up and take notice.
Yeah.
But see, we're forced into ultimate, severe reality. We are, because we have to see the big picture. And because, I'm always watching the news now, everywhere. I've got a million newspapers that log in here, and it's just incredible, some of the stuff that's coming in. I never would have believed it, Every day I, throw my email on another newspaper, so I can get updates, and I'm just updated to death, especially the last couple days. What the stuff that's going on.
Well, we definitely don't get help.
Yeah.
Well, I still try to promote, and I believe in it. You have 24 hours in your day. If you spend 23 hours worrying about them, thinking about it, trying to deal with it, then you've only got an hour of the day left for yourself. I say take some of your time during your day back.
Yeah.
And regardless of whether they hit you and regardless of how much they follow you or put you a smile on your face, ruffle up your tail feathers, and get on out there and live, because the less you let them have, the more you have.
Right. We got to be our own PR guard.
Yeah, well, I found the more I talk to people and the more I learn, the better off I feel. And I get slammed around, but the more you get your head squared away and, on your shoulders, you'll be all right. But if you start to flip out, well, that's it right there.
Yeah, you accomplished exactly what they wanted you to accomplish. In fact, you didn't accomplish it; they did.
Yeah, yeah.
You mentioned 1984. The back in I think maybe late 2000s, there was that book Confessions of an Economic Hitman.
Okay, yeah, I remember that.
And that was so telling. I mean, if a second or third world ruler won't take a bribe and give up the value and the resources, then the jackals come in and they'll even assassinate or coup d'etat that person. And so in 2009, the Honduran president was getting couped, and he ran for his life into the Brazilian embassy, and he was on the phone doing a live interview with Amy Goodman, the War and Peace Report journalist with Democracy Now! And he told her twice with the translator there, they're hitting me with microwave weapons. And she pretended like he never said it twice. And that article, you can find the video and the transcript online if you go through Tor. You might have to use Tor to because now with net neutrality gone, if I search for, 5G mind control church tower, I don't get anything. I just get agreeable statements to microwave arrays, think happy thoughts.
Yeah, well, you got to have a positive attitude and maintain it. That's the best way. If you get negative, you'll keep on going. But this is what I always say. If you get up in the morning and you say it's going to be a great day, it will be. If you say it's going to be a bad day, it will be. So if you try and hold on to your positive energy, you'll have a much better day. That's the way I look at it.
Yeah, you got to stop and enjoy people one at a time and value them and talk to them.
And look at this will be a good chance for some of younger people to get real quick and don't get sucked into the money game. Do what you have to, maintain. I'm not saying don't work, but I'm saying don't get sucked in. Well, when we were kids, we'd say, well, we're never going to be establishment, but what did we become? Establishment. So the idea is we got to look real close at this reality because it's a little bit too real. It's surreal. It's really something. I've never seen anything like it, and I wouldn't think it would be possible. But instead of gold, the U.S. dollar is now backed by oil since 1973. That's why, in all of the countries, they signed an agreement that said they would always buy their oil with U.S. dollars. And Saudi Arabia is the one that initiated that with OPEC. So what happened is we owe China tons of money. We owe a lot of people money. And the dollar is still backed by oil. But if China just values their money just a little differently, it'll croak us right there. So we're theoretically bankrupt right now. As really rotten as that sounds.
Yep, we're broke to the bone and then some.
Yeah. And we'll get out of it. I don't think the country will. Yeah, there's a lot that's got to happen. And I don't know how they're going to do it. I think they're just going to wind up in a big war and everybody will make money on it and that'll be the end of it, maybe. Well, guys, it's 1:17. Fridays usually run. Oh, the hell with it. I'll stay. It's only 1:17.
Yeah, go get you some coffee, Frank.
Yeah, I just got a cup.
Okay.
Power up.
Hi, Frank.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm okay. I picked up some news this week on DARPA.
You did. Let's hear it.
They were on Plum Island and they were flipping the switches, testing, shutting off the power, shutting off the grid.
They were, huh?
I think they're planning on shutting down the whole country.
Well, I don't know. That'd be kind of...
Well,
okay,
see,
they're
getting ready to pull a whole bunch of stuff on us.
Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to figure out where it's going to come from. Okay, where does all the power come from? It comes from our nuclear power plants. It comes from some of our coal plants. But it's all internalized. It's all in the country. So I don't think we send any electricity anywhere unless there's excess that we're sending to Canada or something like that. So if they're on Plum Island, I don't think there's any switches out there they can shut it off. But you can scrag a nuclear reactor very easily just by pulling one grid off and putting it back on real quick. That'll might scrag them all. And that just means they go into a neutral position and they just maintain. But they don't shut down.
Yeah, they could. Yeah, they could computerly take those down. They could shut the nuclear plants down because computer-wise, they're pretty much all connected.
Yeah, all the coal plants are all computerized now too.
Yeah.
Well, that's what the SCADA system's about. It controls the whole power grid.
All right, elaborate.
It's basically like interconnecting the power grid and monitoring security through one main system. I know, I read what's her name, Steringer's book on SCADA, but that seemed a little off wall for like TI implants. She tried integrating it into what we're using for our power grids. And I read a lot of other information on SCADA as well. It's just basically like a computer system that can monitor and take care of all the safety checks and turn on and off everything. And that already exists. That's built into everything right now.
Well, on the coal plants and the propane plants, I'm sure the computers are attached, but I think literally, especially on the coal plants, that they have to manually be shut down.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you one thing, okay? There's an area of Massachusetts that was blown up literally by natural gas. You know why? This sensor, they have sensors at all over the gas grid, we'll call it, that sense the pressure. Well, they shut off I guess they didn't shut off to unhook these two lines and replace a rusted part, I guess, of that line. And instead of the system just maintaining pressure, it saw the momentary drop in pressure and blew the pressure up out of sight and just blew homes up all over the place.
Huh.
And Columbia Gas is now replacing like 40 miles worth of pipe, all because a computer sensor went bad. So
yeah.
So it's no fun. Sally Ann, people got killed, didn't they, Sally Ann? I know one guy, a chimney fell on him, I think.
Yeah, he was in a young kid. He was in a car in the driveway, and he had just gotten his license.
Yeah.
A lot of people died. I think the count. No, I'm getting confused between that and what happened in California.
No, that's right. The chimney fell on a kid while he was in his car. That was Massachusetts. And
yeah.
A bunch of houses.
Like I'm picturing people going through the rubble, and that's in California.
Oh, the cars that are burnt to a crisp? Yeah, well, we had a few too. We had probably, 20 houses burned down?
But you're talking about the gas system connected to
but that
homes
was,
and
I think
businesses.
that was the meters, Frank.
No.
They're not saying anything about it, but I think the smart meters had something to do with that.
Oh.
No, they already said it was a sensor in the system that overpressurized the lines because they don't have very much pressure.
Well, the power plant down in North Carolina here that uses propane is not connected to any other propane system. They have their own propane system.
Well, that's good if they're separate.
Well, on my site, I have a video, Smart Meters Must See, and there's a disclosure on that where a lot of homes have been catching on fire because of the smart meters.
Exactly. There's been a lot of fires. Just every day you're seeing a house fire on the news. And they showed a picture of a house, the side of a house, and it looked like it was the black that was going up the side of the house looked like it was right above the meter. I think
it's definitely a thing. If you go to Harassment Task Force, and I think it's still under the popular section on the left side, it says Smart Meters Must See. And it also talks about Wi-Fi and which really crazy part is this lady, her son went to San Diego State University, and they had a cell phone tower right outside of his apartment building, and he got brain cancer. And they're talking about all the dangers of Wi-Fi, and basically what she did is she did a little bit more research. She went to the university and found out that like 14 other people that were in that building got brain cancer. And it was directly related to that cell phone tower. But they also talk about other things like they're using the same company that tried to make tobacco look safe. The communications companies, they're using them to make all the communications technology look safe. And the teams that they hired to actually analyze everything. The communications companies, they paid for it, right? Then once they started coming back and saying, okay, this is dangerous, all the scientists were like, yeah, we can't do this, it's dangerous. They're like, okay, well, you're doing the test wrong, you have to do it this way, this way, this way. And they started dictating how they should do things. It's a really good video, and it'll explain a lot of the dangers and stuff.
Have you seen that fake, it's not fake, it's what they really did, how they tested the radiation from a cell phone? They used like a mannequin head and water, and they came to the conclusion that the cell phones were safe, when actually they're not. We are getting radiated from everything. The TVs, I watch television. A lot of TIs don't watch television, but I watch television, and the cell phones, the TV are actually sending out light signals in a pulse form. And I can't watch too much TV. It hurts.
Well, there was something that got released that's saying, people that are, because there's people killing themselves because of the smart meters. They're like committing suicide because of Wi-Fi. And it's not because that they're sensitive to wireless. It's because that they have overexposure. They're too exposed, and they need to go away from it for months at a time to detox their body.
Isn't that the same thing as being oversensitive to it if you stay there too long? I mean, you become oversensitive. You're saying you have to go away. Isn't that the same thing?
Well, they're saying that it's a myth that people are just sensitive to it, like an actual human being. Because there's a lot of people that are saying, I'm wirelessly sensitive. They're saying that that's not the case, that they're just overexposed.
Well, I beg to differ. Yeah. It's radiation oxide, and it's harmful, and it's hurting many, many Americans right now. It's not a myth.
Hey, Frank, what's going on with the chat? Is that you posting that, or is that someone else?
No, I put that there. It came in privately by someone else.
Oh, okay.
It says, I don't even know why anybody, first of all, this was just posted in OSI's chat room on TalkShoe. So he's got a, okay, I don't know why anybody would want to go to that sea sucker's call anyway. As big of a piece of shit Frank is, the sea sucker, a turd in a punch bowl, and lots of people are finding it out. What did I do? OSI moderator. Wow. Frank is over.
I wonder if Marcus did that.
That's going. No, Funny Boy did that. That's going on Facebook right now. You'll bear with me, right? Oh, I take it right to the people.
Isn't that technically electronic harassment?
Yeah, it is. Yep. Facebook, here we come.
Wow.
No,
honestly, Frank, you have one of the best, like probably the best call that I found yet. It's my first time, but it's pretty good compared to the other ones. So.
Thank you so much. We appreciate that.
Wow.
I also go on a couple of YouTube live chats. There's one called Marfugal TV. He's on late at night. He's on like at 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning, and runs till about 6 in the morning. There's also oh, what is it? I forgot. I can't remember. But he's been talking a lot about what's going on in the country. And this you mentioned, someone mentioned open something, open source, or open something.
Open Declaration?
No, it's one of George Soros's companies.
Oh.
Open
And he's
Society.
the one that's trying to take this country down.
You know, he's the second biggest funder to the ACLU as well. That could be why we're not getting any traction with the ACLU.
Well, ACLU has been a farce for a long time. They're definitely tainted. But apparently this caravan that's coming up through Mexico, those people are being paid. They have new shoes, new clothes. They've been given Visa cards. And they're saying Soros is the one that's funding it.
Well,
he's trying to take down this country, and these immigrants that are going to pour into our country are going to destroy it. I was also listening to another guy. I forget the name of his site. RKTN. He calls himself. He had a call in, and there's a lot of people calling in from Texas talking about what's really going on down there. And the United Nations is part of it too. The United Nations is trying to take over this country.
Well,
and
he got kicked out of Hungary, and I guess is a criminal in Hungary, and Russia too, because he tried destabilizing both countries, and a lot more other countries as well, because they're trying to make
14 countries. 14 countries he's destroyed.
Venezuela was one of them.
Yeah, and you know that Venezuela has their gold stored in England, and Venezuela has asked for it back, and England has said no.
And there was a video of him where he paid off the United Kingdom Parliament. Like, I forget how many people, but it was like half of the Parliament. And this guy was speaking in front of the Parliament, and he's like, I don't see how this isn't the biggest collusion in world history, is what he was stating. And they're all getting paid from Open Society. He paid off the UK government.
That's right. Open Society is George Soros's company. He has multiple companies.
Yeah, Google who funds the ACLU, and there'll be a news article on Fox News, and he funds that. And this is what Anonymous has been talking about for a long time. George Soros and the New World Order. The hacker group Anonymous.
Yeah. I don't know why this man hasn't been arrested. He's a criminal. He's a real sick man. And I remember, I've been thinking about him because when Barry Trower gave his interview, he said that it was one man doing all this stuff. I'm wondering if Soros has something to do with that torture.
Well, I think it was like $4 billion was the number that he paid off the UK Parliament with. It was $4 billion.
Yeah, I can't remember. I am so overloaded with the information I've been searching. I found on the X-22 report, there's a real big disclosure about something happening on December 5th. I think that's when they're going to turn the lights out, December 5th.
Well, I remember because I listened to that X-22 report, and I don't know, it could be all conspiracy theory or whatever, but this is what they were saying. They were saying that the satellite that Trump took down was a satellite, from the New World Order or whatever, and it had all of Clinton's information on it, and they were talking about what's his name, John McCain, how he actually committed treason and was executed, but they let him keep his name, and that they're doing all those sealed indictments and stuff, that they're gonna, and to basically stock up with food and water for at least 3 months, because they're going to be going after all these criminals for about 3 months. But it could all be conspiracy theory. You really don't know.
Well, the Army has been deployed, and that's something that's being kept quiet. But we have military activity all across the country.
Yeah, and he was basically saying, or the X-22 reports were saying that Obama had some sort of, like he was heading up the New World Order in Arizona or something like that. But, it sounds like a bunch of craziness to me, but I don't know. You never know. All the stuff.
Oh, I'm telling you, there's so much
craziness. Jeez.
There's so much going on in this country. I mean, this country is definitely gone. We've lost this country. We've been taken over.
By who?
Satellites.
The shadow government.
Oh, okay.
All right.
But if you look at the other things too, like, Trump says that he's being, taken down by the shadow government, but then he does things like, the Space Force. He makes it bigger than it's ever been, and that's what's supposedly attacking us. Then there's the 5G. He made a big public announcement where he's pushing for it. Then he extended the NSA.
I get confused. I get very confused with him because see, he's a businessman first, and he's trying to do what's right business wise for the country. I don't think he realizes how serious these frequencies are, how damaging they are. I don't think he realizes it.
I mean, he says one thing.
He's been having a hard time getting people in his cabinet who aren't traitors.
You know, I mean,
well, yeah, you don't know if he's doing all this because of information that he's gotten and he is clueless of what's going on, but the actions of, you know, like all those three things, those are the most dangerous things for us as targeted individuals, like by far.
well,
Yeah.
yeah,
Let me
but
add something.
I
We
think
don't
he's
know
getting
how. Let
bad
me add something.
information. I think he's getting
Excuse me.
bad information. I really do. I think that, you know,
We don't know how long this remote neural interface technology has been being used by Western powers on second and third world rulers. We sort of you got to check out that book, Confessions of an Economic Hitman. The West has been using this mind game technology on smaller countries to dominate resources for a long time now.
yeah,
So
I'm not
I would
surprised.
also,
You
I would
know,
also say, like, if you know the history of like Honduras and El Salvador, like, look up death squads in El Salvador and listen to the speeches that Reagan gave. How we have to, like, we're not going to intervene, but we got to send down influence and money and weapons. And he said, otherwise they're going to be coming up here. And I mean, maybe there's I don't know much about Zoros and all that you guys were talking about. I was trying to listen, but those people have a right to escape the violence and the poverty that if you can get past the TV, then the West is creating those people's violent nightmares, because we dominate resources, we dominate the ruler, then there's a void, and then the drug cartels come in.
well, I also heard that China and Russia are waiting in the wings for us to have a civil war, and then they're gonna attack us. This country is like in so much trouble, and it all comes out of Washington D.C. They're all a bunch of scumbags. They really are. All of them, both sides, they're all scumbags. You know,
Right.
Congress
Panama
isn't saying one thing about this caravan. They're not speaking out against it. They're part of the problem. And Obama put billboards up in South America that said, "Come to the United States," and all these promises. You know, Obama caused this thing.
Where can I find those billboards? What do I look for online?
I don't know.
I do know that the stuff really increased after Obama put $4 billion for brain mapping, and there's a lot of evidence.
Do you know why he did that? Do you know why that was a program to try to identify the parts of the brain that need to be addressed for Parkinson's disease, for a lot of the diseases that start out in the brain and then they cause the problems. That was his endeavor.
That's what they say, but why did why did targeted individuals increase like 100-fold after that?
What?
That's what they say, but why did targeted individuals increase 100-fold after that?
We don't know.
We're the research for that. We're the research with that brain mapping. That's what we are. This whole thing with what's going on with us is being funded by the brain mapping too.
If you listen to Peter Breggin, he said he had to stop the government because they were trying to install brain implants at the VA inside of veterans to do remote lobotomies. And it's on my site, is a video of him stating that, where he actually was able to stop that. Then all of a sudden, a bunch of other people started getting targeted with brain research. And you look at the videos of the actual MK Ultra victims and the history of it, all the organizations. I have a list of 180 different organizations that are involved, and they're all universities and, you know, almost every branch of the military. And like what they were doing back in the, you know, the disclosure was, I think, in 1995, but the people that were disclosing it, I mean, it was like a 4-year-old girl, a 9-year-old girl saying that they were chained to cages, or, you know, that they were like, you know, naked on a table being spun around, and another girl was saying that their whole memory was wiped out. It's crazy. And I have these testimonials on my website. Like, who would chain a 9-year-old girl to a cage? That is
Who would do this to us?
Well, there's a lot worse going on. I mean, they're torturing and killing children. I mean, a very prominent Democrat is known for killing children and drinking their blood.
Is that Hillary that you said she eats babies? I heard you say she eats babies one time. Is that who you're talking about?
Yep. Yep. And I mean, there's a video of her and Uma Abedin on the dark web, and it's been talked about a lot. And they torture a 14-year-old girl, and they slice off her face and put it on their face. It's like these people are insane. They're totally insane. They have no value for human life. They have been totally taken over by demons.
Well, I'd like to ask the TIs on the call if anybody knows what a frontal lobotomy is, or if you know what a frontal lobotomy feels like.
I know what it is.
What they do is they take part of the brain out.
No, they drive. You know what an awl is, right? They drive a pointed medical instrument right up your nose into your frontal cortex, and that is where your emotions are located.
Your favorite guest is back.
Yeah, I see that. He was back.
Go ahead, Frank.
And what that does is it takes away all your emotions. You are emotionless. So you are like you're walking around, no laughing, no smiling, nothing. You're just like a vegetable.
You fly over the cuckoo's nest.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That was a favorite thing to do to people back in the 40s and 50s, probably 60s too. And
well, what about the remote lobotomy?
I don't think they can do that. Maybe they can. I don't know. But
well, my last question was, did any of you guys maybe know what it feels like to have a remote lobotomy done? Of course, we can't really say, but I'd like to point the finger to the pain that we all suffer in the front of our skull.
Yeah, that could be.
Well, all I know is what Peter Breggin was saying on there, and he's saying all these SRIs are giving people chemical lobotomies. So that's what the purpose is. And he's saying that he had to stop because they were trying to treat PTSD with an implant at the VA to give people remote lobotomies.
You want to know about you can read a good book. It's a big book, but it's Called Brain by Amy Jacobson, I believe is her last name. And she goes back, way back, to the 50s where the reason that brain research started was after World War II. I believe Alan Dulles, John Foster Dulles' son, had a son who was damaged, had a brain damage in World War II. And so they started it with that particular kind of reason, at least on the surface, was to study the brain. And that's been going on ever since. It's been carried forth. And it's just reached diabolical level, I believe, with us. Whether on the surface, it's something that has been promoted as to do something good. It might. You can do good with Parkinson's. You can help people who are paralyzed. You can do all kinds of things with research. It's just there's somebody, and you can call it deep state or whatever you want to call it, but somebody is turning this in a bad direction. I think we need to understand that. It's hard to take the blame on itself, but I think we need to know that there's a sickness in our nation, and it needs to be gotten rid of.
Well, we are the guinea pigs. Welcome to the laboratory.
You know what I think they're going to do? Do you remember Neil Chevrolet talking about what they did in Africa? I think it was Rwanda. They had these frequencies all ready, and they flipped the switch, and the whole town or the whole area, they just killed each other off. I think that's what they're planning to do. Because I don't think there's one person in this country, maybe on this earth, that isn't being affected by these frequencies. I think they've got us all. I really do.
Well, you can do that test that Richard Lighthouse found where you put your fingers on the back of your head. It doesn't work on everybody. And I
didn't listen to that call.
Well, if you go to targetedjustice.com, it explains it on there. And on my site, I have a video with Richard Lighthouse and Catherine Horton where he's explaining that. There's a couple things that I disagree with on it. I personally think that it's a satellite. That's why it's hitting you on the top of the head, and I think it's hitting the scalp implant. Because I've seen scan reports from TIs that had scalp implants on the back of their head, and I've got a video of one getting removed, and that's known as the tracking device. That's one disconnect. The other disconnect is he's saying that they're hacking devices remotely, and according to Tom Lee, the satellites have a countermeasure that are able to detect things. And I personally, because I've been trying to find these signals with software-defined radio and stuff, I do think there's a countermeasure, and I think it's based off remote neural monitoring. That's their countermeasure.
Explain.
I think because they're able to read your thoughts, they're able to use the AI to shut off the frequencies whenever you're trying to scan it. So you would need a third party in order to do these tests on you while you're asleep or something. And that's kind of what Roger Tulsays does. He puts shielding on you. They turn up the signal when you're asleep. He stays at your house for a week, and he's able to find the signals that way.
Can you play with him?
What's that? But Tom Lee is saying that the countermeasure has to do with the impedance level of your device, which could be.
Welcome to the laboratory.
Yeah. I just got back from doing a little posting, that's all. Well, guys, I'm gonna call it a night at 2:00 because I am tired.
Yeah.
Okay, Frank, thank you.
Oh, thank you guys. God bless. God bless TIs all over the world. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Night.
Good night.